Girl. Ciao. Jesus. Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear. We're trying to get this going. No. How do you enter the studio? I wish I knew if y'all could see me. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure this live stream is working. Oh, I already know, child. Let me see if it's working.
All those fans, I did bring a tripod, so if you need to do it for your phone, I could put my tripod up.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was working.
Oh, all right.
You know what? We're just gonna do this because I don't know if it's working, and I can't tell if it's working. Oh, we are live. Okay, we are. First of all, hello. Thank you, guys. So I'm about to send you guys the link now. Apologize for the mayhem. Okay. I need to go to Wix. This is our first time, so thank you for being patient. I am emailing you all now. Oh, sorry. The link as we speak. Hey, pretty. I'm okay. I just need help.
Okay.
Can you do me a favor?
Yes.
These are all the people that need the link, but what we need to do is get their emails.
Okay.
So it's like view, take their emails. I know we're online. Sorry, y'all hearing all the conversations. So then, just say event link in the subject line, and then make sure you please just email each one of them. And then this is the link, so just copy and paste that.
Okay.
Actually, you can just do this copy. You got it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, let me stop the link.
You got it.
Yeah.
You sure?
If I don't, I'll come find you. Good. How are you? Good morning. It's Hey Miss Lady, HEYMZY. Oh shoot, I'm saying that on the thing. Where is? Okay, that's been sent, right?
Yes.
Okay.
My face has been all over this
Hey,
last
hey, you know what? Hey, we are here. Hey, y'all.
There's probably a setting that we can, something we could do. The live stream would be looking somewhere. It is.
You like here?
Because I'm like, where can I set this? I don't really keep it. Oh,
We got Tootsie.
I
Oh,
think
you
so.
did? No, wait,
That's
this don't
kind of,
roll, do it? Oh, no, don't touch
it
the wires.
does, but I'm not going to.
When he gets done, they might have a,
Something that we can set up a little closer.
yeah.
I imagine we can probably put it over there. Yeah. I'm thinking, I'm wondering if we can like, oh, is that a card? There's a card up there. Yeah, that's what the card is. That's where the light go. Yeah, it's gonna go up there. So if you want to move now, when we can start.
I hope they can't hear. I think, oh, shoot. It needs to go up. Can somebody please tell me where my phone is at? Is that it over there? Okay, Lalar, because it's live streaming now. Any better? Oh, wait, let's see.
Definitely doesn't need a battery because the red dot's working. Oh, that's probably part of it too.
Or maybe, how do you, this is the first time using on this,
Yeah, it's just a USB connection.
so you don't set it up.
No, I don't think so.
The live stream is up. So, like, are we using this to live stream? I know. Precious. 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 Click that. Let's see. Does the arrow work there?
Yeah,
I'll
the arrow's
probably just
working
be
and
clicking
stuff,
because
so
I
yeah.
don't know.
That's it, that's gonna work. We can try it again on the projector if you want.
Um,
Maybe it's not gonna because it's yes. What's going on? We're live. They didn't do it from there. Not even on both, either one of them.
Sure, it should be the computer. Okay, let me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna find something for you to put that. That way you don't have to hold on to it. Just for now. So I'm charging.
Where should I face next? I'm glad you have yours. I'm not for sure. Maybe I can show this way. If not, I'll just sit and click. There's I saw some doors, but right now I'm plugging into my power bank.
It is the studio shot.
I think we could turn. Oh, this is YouTube. This is YouTube. I think we could turn off the audio. I can't hear. But I don't want to touch it because I don't know YouTube. I know Facebook.
Is it working? But everything else? Okay, then yeah, that's fine. Go back to thank you. Yeah, go back to thank you. No, go back. Never mind. Just go back to the first. That's fine. I can read it. I'll say it. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we can go ahead.
Ladies, how are y'all doing? I'm about to be on my face. How are y'all doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. And I just want to say welcome, welcome, welcome to the Black Women's Inaugural Release. Give yourself a round of applause. For making it a priority. My name is Casey Carnage, and I am the host of That's It, That's All, an opinionated podcast that lends to Black women and Black creators. So we talk about what we're talking about here, things that have to do with us. So today, I just want you guys to turn to the ladies next to you and say welcome to each other, because today we're going to be each other. We're going to be tight, right? Tight, right? Get a name, get a name. Now, before we get started, I'd like to do a communal mantra together. So if you guys can repeat after me and repeat to each other, that'll be awesome. Okay. Rest is my right.
Rest is my right.
My resistance.
My resistance.
And my renewal.
And my renewal.
My rest fuels my power.
My rest fuels my power.
My joy.
My joy.
And my purpose.
And my purpose.
I honor myself.
I honor myself.
By embracing rest.
By embracing rest.
And I'm worthy of peace.
And I'm worthy of peace.
And restoration.
And restoration.
Okay? Cool. Let's get started. I want to, without further ado, I am so honored to introduce the visionary behind the Black Women's Inaugural Release, Black Women's State of Rest. This is a transformative retreat, okay? It's designed to uplift, empower, renew. And she's just not only today's host, but she's also the founder and owner of Cultivate Your Essence, which this is presented by. So please give Ms. Lauren Michelle Jackson, LC, PC, coaching consultant, a big round of applause.
Hello, ladies. I had to gather myself because, like my staff has told me and my family, I'm a big crybaby, so I'm gonna try to get past.
That's okay. We love you.
First of all, let me say, thank you for investing in yourself today. Um, this all started when Kamala lost the election. Now, granted, we knew it was a 50-50 chance. That's fine. But the main reason why, and I'm going to be very honest with you, God put this on my heart to do. I thought about it, but then I was like, you only gave me 6 weeks to put this together. But we needed a safe space. And I don't know about y'all, but when he won that election, I didn't go to bed easy that night. My anxiety was at an all-time high. I thought about all of us as Black women, how we get up and we show up for everybody else. Who shows up for us? And a lot of times we don't even put ourselves on our own priority list. So it was very intentional as to why this event was sacred, why it was made for only Black women, because we are a mental health private practice dedicated to working with women of color while prioritizing, and I always stress that, while prioritizing Black women's mental health, because our stories and our experiences are different. So, y'all bear with me. I just thank you guys, and I want you guys to give yourselves a round of applause for just investing in yourself today. So I'm one of those speakers where I talk, y'all can talk back. Don't let me just stand up here and just talk, okay? Speak to me, all right? It's gonna be a lot of different things that might be provoking from the different speakers. If you need to give yourself a minute, give yourself a minute. Breathe, collect yourselves. It's a lot. But this is your space to cry, even though I'm trying to hold back mine. This is your space to cry. This is your space to release. This is your space to restore. This is your place to prioritize yourself. I don't care what's going on outside of here. While you're in here, this is your safe space. Now, I'm going to tell y'all, like we tell our clients each and every time, what we talk about in here. Thank you. This is a safe space on purpose. So we want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable sharing what you feel comfortable in sharing. But at the same time, if you don't feel that comfortable, don't share. Okay? But we want to make sure everybody feels honored in this space. So please keep that confidentiality in mind. Okay? All right. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. My presentation today is permission to pause. Now, at first, I was supposed to talk about retiring the cave. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I was tired. I said, God, speak to me and through me. I don't feel like talking about that. What do you want me to talk about? And a lot of times, I don't think we actually think about, oh, I have the choice to do something. I have the choice to say no. I have the choice to say yes to something. I have the choice to be able to say, wait a minute, I need a moment. Because how many of us, even though we could feel it in our system, we need to take a break, we need to take a break. But we was like, no, I can push through. No, I can push through. No, I can push through. And how many times, if you really were to be honest with yourself, has that pushing through cost you? And in what ways has it cost you?
No. Physical.
Time.
Blood pressure.
All of those things. And the biggest thing, I'm glad somebody said your physical health, because honestly, when we're not taking care of ourselves, it shows up in the physical.
Absolutely.
Right? You know that headache that just won't go away? Your heart palpitating all the time? For me, it's like that foot is tapping and just tapping. And you're like, girl, what is wrong? I'm like, I don't know. But a lot of times, if you actually pay attention to your body, it will let you know what is happening. But you got to be intentional to pay attention to yourself. So, let me see if it's going to work correctly. There we go. So thank you guys again for coming. So my mission is to empower you to embrace the life of balance, really harmony, joy, and peace by redefining strength and prioritizing rest We can break free from societal pressures and reclaim a healthier, happier lives we deserve. How many of us know we deserve to be happy? How many of us know we deserve to have rest? It's our birthright. I don't care what they try to make us do, because they will overwork us all the time, but they will never honor us. So joy, rest, and peace is our birthright. So y'all already know about me. We ain't got to go through all of that. But I have been in this, God, it's crazy. I've been in this field for almost 15 years. And funny enough, I was a journalist before I was a therapist. So it was a big career change that God knew. I fought against it, but it worked out as well for me. Cultivation Essence has been open for 6 years, and we are going on year 7. It will be 7 on August 18th, 2025. Jesus, okay. And an extra special round of applause because this is our very first conference retreat. So thank you guys for being a part of our inaugural release. All right, so we're going to go ahead and talk about it. The weight of doing it all. When you hear that, what comes up for you? Weight. The actual weight. Do you feel heavy even saying that? Tired. Pressure. Yeah.
The time day to day that you spend carrying.
That part. Overwhelmed. Yeah.
It feels endless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you ever wake up and be like, dang, I went to sleep, but I ain't wake up rested. Right? That's a part of that. So let's take it back a little bit. We want to talk about the historical context of what this comes from with, right? So let's even take it back, slavery. Right? How were we as Black women treated during that time? Yeah. Unworthy. Like cattle. And then even if we were to bring it up a little bit more of a time, when we saw the movie The Help, who was raising those children? Who are those kids actually looking as their mother more too? The nurse. So when we're talking about a historical context, this is something that we've been taught over the years, right? And one of the biggest things where I can kind of tie in the whole Superwoman cape is that while we were shown how to actually show up, push through, do all these other good things, nobody told us, hey, take a step back. Get off the roller coaster ride. We weren't told that. We just know how to keep pushing through. And one thing that I admired about the whole Kamala Harris thing, in the small amount of time, that girl did some work. She raised $1 billion in a matter of 3 months. And who was right there helping her? The Black women, right? I was on that call when I was a part of the 44,000. Girl, it was amazing. But it was the historicness behind it, but we could all see, we knew what she was about to go up against. So we knew we need to show up for her because we already know what they're going to throw at her. Right? So when we're thinking about the historical context, yes, we are proud that our grandmothers and our great-grandmothers and our aunties and stuff, they're like, no, you show up, you put your head up and everything else. However, how many times did we see them tired? Or work themselves to being dead? Saw them tired, saw them exhausted. They might have been a little bit more mean and irritable. But a lot of times we don't even pay attention to, that could be a sign of depression. That could be a sign of anxiety. That could be a sign of worry because it's just kind of like they're trying to keep it all together. And what we do not realize is that we're teaching those underneath us the same thing. The same habits. Because that whole do as I say, that never has worked. I don't know why we tried that. You know, us as Black people, we like to say, you don't say lie, we tell stories. No, you lied. Okay, don't do as I say, not as I talk. Well, your actions are speaking louder than your words. And I'm going to follow your actions because that is going to be the lasting memory versus any words you can ever speak, right? So while we thank them, because it's necessary at times to push through, They didn't teach us how to slow down. And guess what? Nobody taught them. So it's just a perpetual cycle, right? So then let's also look at the cultural context. Messages like black girl magic, strong black woman. Has that came back to bite us in our butt? How so? Y'all talk to me. How?
It's almost subtractive, right? Yeah. In dating, in work, it doesn't matter if you carry a load. You speak that I don't want to be right.
And they use it against us.
In medicine, they say that we are stronger and can deal with more, so they don't treat us.
Especially in childbirth, we're 4 times more likely to die from childbirth than our counterparts, right? So let's think about that. Black girl magic. While again, there is a time and a place, but we got to think about on a historical level, how is this working against us, right? It's redefining that, because I can be magical. I know I'm good. I know. Hey, even when I don't feel like it, I know how to show up. But then when I step behind the curtains, when I'm with myself, am I beating myself up? What is my self-talk? Because they set such unrealistic expectations that even when you are excelling, you're still questioning, ooh, I could have did that better.
You know what? Let me add this to you. Remember, I just heard this the other day. Remember Scandal?
Yes.
And her father would tell her, you got to work twice as hard to get half of what they have.
Yes.
So that's part of that black girl magic.
It is. And how many of y'all went to HBCUs? It's just me? Okay. It's with Cherish back there? Okay, yeah, it's 3 of us? Okay. Well, but here's even the thing about that. We still get that talk at the HBCUs. Because we know, they know. Because the best thing about going to HBCU, you have professors that already know the experiences you're about to go through. Right. So they try to mentally prepare you. And now they're doing a better job of trying to be like, take care of yourself. And that's honestly because mental health has been more spoken about in later years. Go ahead.
You also see it in law, the legal system, where they're treating our 13 and 12, 13, 14-year-olds like old women.
Yep.
Like adult women.
Yep.
Adultification.
Yep. It's kind of just like, I can't even have the idea of being a child because you're already looking at me as an adult. Right? And one of the biggest things also, too, that we have to be mindful of is the different labels that we're even placing on ourselves and our children. Right? Sometimes they'll be like, that little girl's just being fast. No, she's being a child. I know that might be controversial, but she is. And a lot of times, even, oh Lord, I don't want to say this person's name, but if we look at that Chicago celebrity who is in jail right now, and we think about, he's a singer, don't say the name, thanks. But when we look at the different girls that he was able to attract, they're always willing to blame the little girl. But they were little girls. He was the adult. So while he was very well able to know that is inappropriate, the young girl where your brain isn't even developed until you're 25, so the idea of making a good decision is not even in your purview. Again, we're willing to label these little girls as fast, loose. You fill it in, right? So we want to be mindful of the different types of labels, whether they can come off as positive, but they can bite us in the butt later, or even if it's something that we're placing a judgment. Okay? So again, the toll: burnout, stress, emotional fatigue. Have you ever just felt, again, like, I know I need to push through, but my mind and my body is like, but we can't. But we still try anyway. So, the myth of invincibility. We think we can do it all. Do we even want to anymore? I'm tired. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. In putting this whole event together, y'all get to rest, okay? Normally, this is my time where I take a sabbatical and I'm off for a month and a half typically, right? I did not take not one day off preparing for this event because I knew I wanted it to be special for you all. Now, next week, my team, no, don't talk to me. But even in preparing for the event itself, preparing for the presentation, I was like, I can push through. And my body and mind was like, you shouldn't. I'm tired, but I still need to get this done. It's that tug of war. Because some days you're going to be able to do it. And some days your body's going to be like, you can't. But the biggest thing is finding the balance. Also, I'm sorry, within your thank yous, there's notepads and paper in there and pens, so you guys can take notes along with you. We should have said that from the beginning. I apologize. Y'all got a whole lot of nice little goodies in there, but your pen and your notepads are in there, and you're going to need them at some point in time. Okay. So, in all honesty, I cannot see. I'm going to pull up my actual phone to get my presentation in. This is the part of getting older. Your eyes be like, huh, you thought. My eye doctor keep lying to me. He's like, they gonna stop getting worse. I said, you say that every year. They're not. So let's talk about redefining strength. So strength is not about endurance, but about prioritizing your well-being. When you say no, I'm gonna say that again. When you say no, no to overextending yourself, you say yes to yourself. How many times do y'all be like, I don't want to do this? And how often do you still do it? One thing I love about black women, we gonna keep a coin. We gonna work. Okay? I was one of those people when I was going through grad school, I was working 3 jobs. And even after I got my first job, I was like, let me get some more. I was like, I like having money in my pocket. I like not having to ask nobody for nothing. Right? But every time I was saying yes in your 20s, you got it. Yes. 30s, I was like, yeah. I'm getting close to the 40. I don't know. I'm about to be 30 now, and I was like, oh no, I don't think that works for me. But and the reason why I always talk about the no, because you have permission not only to pause, but to say no. No, I don't want to come. It don't matter who's there. I don't care. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I don't want to do it. I don't have to. What's that one TikTok that was like, that older lady was like, go get somebody else to do it. Go get somebody else to do it. Because guess what? The more you say no, they are in a position to figure it out. So y'all know how y'all don't never say no to y'all kids? Sorry, did I tap on a nerve? Y'all are something different when it comes to those grandkids. The stuff y'all let them get away with, child. Oh, that's another story for another day. But I want y'all to think about it. What can you be saying no to more often? Because that no is powerful and it doesn't need explanation. Okay? Yes.
I find myself not having many issues with saying no to like peers or business related, but when it comes to family and very close friends, especially the ones that I have grown up with, the ones who know you, the uncles and aunts who used to take care of you. Yes. Like, how do you enforce that in a way to where it's not damaging? Because that's what I'm coming up with, or as my elders start to age and all that stuff.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. One of the biggest things I want you guys to realize is that your capacity is still your capacity. And so sometimes you have to really think about if I say yes, what is the boundary around that yes? Right? So when I'm saying like, okay, yes, I don't mind taking you to this store or this store, but I'm not going to this extra mile. No. You got to find somebody else to help out. Especially if unfortunately, I'm an only child. So my stuff is a little bit more limited. But when I moved to Georgia, I talked to my friends prior to. I talked to my family prior to. I said, can y'all make sure y'all look out for my mom the way I would, right? And they step up. But you have to really identify, but even when I come home, she's gonna have a whole list of stuff for me to do. No. But again, it comes back to mentally, what do I have the capacity for? And also, when it comes to family and friends relationships, you might have to actually take the time to explain it. And that's what I think a lot of times we're avoiding. The explaining, like, look, I'm feeling this type of way, I'm overwhelmed, and this being patient because they're not there. They didn't ask for the change in the dynamic. So there's gonna be a natural discord behind it. You gotta be prepared for that. Okay? Don't look at it as they're just disrespecting me or they're not respecting my time. No, they're getting used to a new dynamic that you created that they didn't sign up for. So a lot of grace has to be given, but I want you to always first, the way that I always tell my clients, when you wake up in the morning, what is your number? If I'm at a 10, I can operate my best at a 10. If I'm at a 2, I'm gonna do my 2, but I'm not gonna try to operate like I'm at a 5 or like I'm at a 6. I'm gonna give you my 2. But educate them on what your new needs are. And 9 times out of 10, they can find somebody to do it, but you have to be so intentional about your yes that when you say it, it's kind of like, okay, I can push through this time. But it's not a perpetual let me push through, right? So we got to support one another, and you got to affirm yourself, because when you say no, you're going to feel guilty. You're going to beat yourself up. It's going to be a back and forth. Trust me, it will. Thank you.
Yes, yes. When you realize how good you feel after you say no, right after you work through all of that the second time.
Yeah, but once you realize nobody died, like, oh, I can do this.
Mm-hmm. Or no, they will figure it out. One thing I love about my mom is resourceful. She ain't never got to depend on one person. She already got 5 people already lined up. She resourceful. She gonna get to where she needs to be. And a lot of times we have to remember, we are not their savior. We didn't die on the cross for nobody.
I feel like mine was the opposite, where I can tell I've learned to tell my family no, but in the workplace, no is like professionally, I feel like only I can do it. Nobody can do it as well as I can. And so it's very difficult for me to tell them no. But I also have to realize, to your point, my capacity. And in some cases, I feel like my capacity is a balloon where it can just keep on stretching, but actually it's just a box.
And what happens with the balloon when you keep stretching it?
It pops. And I got to that point where it pops. And I also realized nobody died. When I finally decided to take that leave from work, nobody died. They were still able to get the things done. It might not have been the way I would have done it, but it got done. And I think we got to be okay with good enough.
And that letting go of the control, because we have that bad. We do. Go ahead.
And I've learned that when you establish your boundaries and you do learn to say no, it appears that everyone and everything, corporate and family, they learn to respect you because
Absolutely.
you're starting to show up as yourself and kind of commanding that you respect you.
Yep. And I think the biggest thing too, even in the workplace, we have to recognize that's coming from a place of fear. We don't want to be disposable. We want to always have a security. We always want to be top in our field, but at the same time, if you really look at how they treat you, do they respect it in the first place? Mm-hmm.
So it's still going to our work. And I've taught myself, they come to me because they're like, oh, you're always helpful. You don't mind. I'm like, but is that fair to me? I have things I already have to do. I have to do my part. So why you come to me? I'm responsible.
Yep.
Or the one person, why am I getting all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Right. Go find a person.
Yeah.
If you can't get them to help you, then come find me and I'll see what I can do. And then more responsible.
And I find, and thank you, Ms. Horn, where did I get that from? Where did that come from? How am I thinking like that? Why am I thinking like that? Especially for those of us who, like, it's only a few of you and it's a lot of them, right? At some point, I just stopped. Because they have no problem with saying, no, I can't do this.
Right.
So when I said, I'm looking at her, well, so is up there. They have no problems whatsoever. Even the youngest one coming in who's not, they have no problem whatsoever.
These young ones have no problems with boundaries.
So I've learned from that. Yeah, I've learned from that. They can say no and nothing happens. Nobody talks about them. I mean, we figure, we're looking at what they're going to do if I don't. I do just like they do. Yeah. And nothing, like you said, the world didn't stop, nothing happened. And it was just,
Yeah. They will adjust. Go ahead.
Real quick, Lauren, I was like, and also to go back to what you said, because this happened to me. They will trick you too. Like they'll big you up and you're the only one that can do it. You're so good. But in turn, you have to recognize that they're doing that because you've allowed them to do it and made you feel good at the same time. Like, oh, I'm gonna stay, but hold on. You actually just putting me here because you think you can continue to do it to me too. That happens a lot.
Yeah, because I don't think we actually want to admit we played a role in it. We played a role in it. So now when we get mad and we spaz out on people, it's kind of like, okay, you fair, but you played a role in it. And that's the hard pill that we have to swallow. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I want to shift the topic a little bit.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on.
No. It's still in the no, but it's from a different angle.
Okay.
So my struggle is not sometimes I always not being able to say no, but the person connected to me, my husband, has a problem with saying no to his mother. And that affects our marriage. In fact, it came up before I came here this morning. And so it's a real struggle because he doesn't want to communicate with her. And she likes to look at my social media even and say, why is she doing that? She shouldn't be doing that. She shouldn't be going to this morning. She got a baby to take care of. And so sometimes it's a little rough when the person you're connected to don't know how to say no or don't know how to speak up. It's like, how do you handle that?
Yeah. I'm not. It's a lot. Hold on. You got something to help?
Yeah, sometimes the alienation. Sometimes letting somebody say, okay, that I won't have anything to do with you, will give them an opportunity to decide if they want to be part of your life or not. And I learned that from my sisters, who did that to my mother, because she had a whole lot of unresolved trauma and was putting it on all of us. And I'm the only one who was like, oh, okay, I'll take on your trauma. But my sisters was like, cut, and cut her off, cut their mother off. And I was like, oh, how could you do that to your mother? But I was the one stressed out because I was trying to please her. And they were living their lives because they cut her off. And eventually she came back around. And now she's on board and doing right. But it took them making that hard stop and that hard cut to say, this is unhealthy for me. I'm not going to kill myself trying to save you or trying to make peace with you or trying, so.
So, and also a part of that, and thank you for sharing that, it's going to have to be a continual conversation that you have with your husband. And therapy and everything else comes in it, because you got to also remember that's going to be a process for him to be able to detach in that way too. So some grace can be given, but identify what your boundaries are and express, because the biggest thing about what we don't do, we'll say, I got a boundary, but we don't tell the person what the boundary is. And that's not fair. That's not fair. They're not mind readers. You have to explain, and not in an accusatory sense. I feel this when this is happening. You're not pointing the blame. I feel like when you do, I feel. And then explain and say, okay, from that standpoint, this is what I need. What can you realistically give me? But this is how I'm going to stand in that. And that is, again, a process. When we work with our clients in therapy, one session ain't enough. One session is not enough. So it comes with practice and patience. And sometimes you may lose your patience. That's okay. That's a part of it too. You get back up and you readjust. I know we had two hands. Go ahead.
I want to piggyback off of what you said about the detachment and the sisters. I also believe that a part of your rest too is sometimes, I don't know who's a woman of faith here, but I am. And I know that God sees and hears conversations that I'm not privy to. And sometimes He removes those people. And if it's supposed to be back, they'll come back. Yes. And sometimes in our rest, we have to just let it go and be okay and sit in it, because that is what's good. You know your life. You know how you treat your child. You know how you treat your husband. You know that you're walking the right path. It's not for them to dictate anything around you. So sometimes those people do get plucked out, and it's showing you those things that you may need to just be like, you know what, I'm throwing my hands up and I'm gonna let you work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a similar sentiment I just wanted to say is I had to have that realization with my mother a few years ago. And we got folks that like to manipulate. Do it because you love me, do it because of our relationship and all of that. And it took having a stand and having, an actual disagreement with her to say, I feel that you're using me because that's what I feel. And when you do this and when you say I love you, then it means I have to act in this manner. That's a problem for me. And of course, I chose my words very carefully with her, but it meant there was uncomfortableness. We didn't talk for probably, I'd say she didn't talk because she's a grudge holder. Ooh, baby. She's a grudge holder. So she didn't talk to me probably for about 2 to 3 weeks, but guess what? She got over it. And she's respected that going forward. So she didn't even ask anymore because she knew where I stood there. And, it's a difficulty, but you're absolutely the boundary.
We teach people how to treat us.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Real quick, because I know I have this issue with my marriage. This is one of the reasons I have it. Because when my daughter started to see how others treated her,
Ooh.
so you can't say that you love my children and be silent. So you won't come to my house. You won't sit at my table. And this is me now. I'm no longer talking to my husband. I'm going to talk directly to his mother. This is dishonorable, and I'm a woman of faith, and I know what the Bible says about a husband and wife. So if you have a problem detaching, then that is your problem, not mine. But I refuse to be dishonored in front of my children. So daughters saw how I was being treated. Everybody I know at this point. Like, we just talked about what we're passing along generationally. So if you can't talk to me about picking my kids up, don't come pick my kids up. They won't be with you. And it took 2.5 years before she finally humbled herself. But that's not my problem. So that's just my, I guess.
Yeah,
We set boundaries, set them, stand firm in it. It does not matter who it is. That's the place that I reached. And it came to my parents even told me I was wrong. I'm not wrong. So this is when it comes to marriage, when it comes to what God says about a man and woman, and how they are to form their family. These outsiders don't even matter. So if you dishonor me, if you allow someone to dishonor me, let's talk about the husband allowing his mother to dishonor him. And see, I'm always ready for a fight. So no. So how I am is I'm a woman that's ready to fight. And you cross the line when my children have a problem with your behavior. So it hit me different when my daughter said something about it, and I shut that down real quick. And like I said, still to this day, she hasn't sat at my table probably in years.
How do you feel? I was gonna say, do you have peace?
I actually love that she's no
Energy in your home. And our homes are a sanctuary. Yeah.
So it's like inadvertently teaching me that what she was doing was okay. So when someone else takes advantage of my daughter, if she has a mother, like, you know what I mean? Now I'm gonna be ready to fight her, but I showed her that was okay. No, I'm about to clear house. Yeah. And don't come over here. I will not have peace in the home where I lay my head. 100%. I don't care who it is, and that included my husband.
Stay praying for Jesus. I got one thing.
One more, and then I'm gonna go ahead. Go ahead.
And in that, what somebody think about you and your decisions is none of your business. That's less prayer all day. Don't worry about it. Make your choice, stand on your ground, and go on about your business. God got you, even on your job. If you're worried about your job and you got to do everything, God gave you that job with your help, but He got you in everything.
And God will remove you if you
Or not being
It's not for
obedient.
you. Hello. Or if that's not the place where you should be.
I'll put arbitrary opinion because you want to stay in your marriage because you want to work things out. It's not always everybody's character to be like a fighter. You have to figure out what works for you and go in your process. And like you said, learn your boundaries and everything doesn't happen overnight. And because it's not everybody's not so. Oh, I'm shutting it down for everybody. Some people are like, no, I want to stay here. I want this to happen. So how can I work it out? So no, it's not automatic. Just shut it down. But you figure out your process for this. You still have to figure out your boundaries, and it does take time. It's not always not to shut it down. Just saying that's my.
I tried to figure it out to a point of misery though. Like you can only figure out so much of peace. Like
I'm
it's
sorry. Say it again.
I figured out like I took that route and tried to figure out to a point of my own misery because I'm trying to make everything work for everybody. I was trying to compromise for my ex-husband and trying to compromise for his mother and trying to compromise for these stepchildren to make peace. It had no peace. It had no peace, no sleep, no food, no money because they were just literally draining the life out of me. And it's like, it took other people rejecting me for me to make that hard stop. So now, when I see that things are creating or taking that much energy, then I have to proactively make the hard stop to protect my own, well-being and everything.
And I wanted to kind of touch on this. Embracing vulnerability is also realizing you got to ask for help. And the main thing that we've noticed, even in your sharing, even in your vulnerability in these spaces, there was somebody there that was there to offer you something. And a lot of times we try to go this alone. And typically, when we're talking about depression and anxiety and things of that nature, they're like bullies. They will try to isolate you to make you feel like you have to do it all alone. And you don't. Now, I want you to be mindful of who you're being vulnerable to. Everybody don't mean you well. But you have to use your discernment and you have to identify who within my circle can I lean on for what. Okay? For the sake of time, because child, we'll sit up here and talk, but I want to talk about practical steps to rest, right? So rest isn't just about sleeping, because I know a lot of times people are like, oh, I can't wait to go to bed. Okay. Your sleep is necessary, but that should not be your only coping skill. Okay? It's moments of stillness, joy, renewal. I remember when I used to work in my stressful job, when I got in the car, I turned everything off. I just need quiet. Well, it's me on the expressway. One of my clients used to say, I'll go into the bathroom for 5 minutes. I hear my kids, I don't care. They know to leave me alone. That door is locked, right? So it's finding those little spaces to create that for yourself on a consistent basis. We have 24 hours. You're worthy of one of them. Prioritize that. You're worthy of more than one, but a lot of times we gotta start small. You gotta start somewhere. And I don't care if you break it up like I'm gonna take 15 minutes here, I'm gonna take 10 minutes there, I'm gonna take 30 minutes there. Oh no, I got a whole hour, I'm gonna take an hour there. You're worthy of that. Because the more you get into practice of it, the more you're gonna demand it. So another thing, community care. Leaning on support systems. I cannot stress that enough. We as Black women, we show up for each other. But the problem is they can't help you if you're not being honest. And being vulnerable and honesty starts with being vulnerable and honest with yourself. And that's the hardest part that we see in this struggle. Because when you're trying to say, I need help, they be like, okay, well, what? I don't know. No, that's not fair. That's not fair. You put people in a bad position and then use that as a weapon towards them. And then use that as an excuse. This is why I don't depend on nobody for nothing.
But
that's not fair.
Take the pride out of it too. Pride is huge.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And it is. But a lot of times pride is still masking fear.
Absolutely.
Hurt, disappointment. And the whole thing is hurt, fear, disappointment. These are not bad emotions. There's no such thing. You're going to experience them all. We're not going to be happy all the time. We're not going to be disappointed all the time. We're not going to be angry all the time. But guess what? There's a time and place for all of them. They're all justified. But it's learning to be okay with the emotions. Sometimes even those that we care about, the person I said I do to, the person you pushed out, is going to disappoint you. Not maliciously, not intentionally. It just happens because we're human. And that's where grace kind of comes in. But you also have to give yourself that space to say, why is this bothering me so much? Because 9 times out of 10, it's not just the act itself. It was some other stuff that led to the act. Okay? Small steps, setting boundaries, delegating tasks. I did a lot of work on this. Do you think I put all this together? We got to delegate. Because a part of that trying to be strong black woman, I think I can carry it all. Okay. It's going to cost you. One person I'll never forget, she was like, my house has to be clean. That don't mean I got to clean it. I need to eat. That don't mean I got to cook it. So delegate. And even if that's not it, whatever the case is that you can delegate, give yourself that permission to do so. Okay? So then, all right, so this is my favorite part right here. All right, we're going to do our rest and release. Release and restore. Sorry, I had 3 different names for this, and this is the one I came up with. So we're going to do our release and restore exercises. I want everybody to get their notebooks out and your pens. This is your time to let go of what's been weighing you down. Take a moment to reflect on the things that no longer serves you, and then we're going to be prepared to let them go and leave them behind. All right. So step 1, on your piece of paper, I want you to write down all the responsibilities, all the titles, everything that you typically said, oh, that was on my plate to do, right? Write them all down and truly think about it. Make a stockpile. I'm a mom, I'm an auntie, I'm a worker, I got to take care of this, I got to do that, I got to do that. Write it all down. Okay? I'll give y'all 2 minutes. I know it's a lot, but I know. I've been talking a lot, so I got to get the other speakers up here. But I want you to take your time to really think about it.
What was the title?
Oh, the release and restore.
No, for this exercise.
Oh, this is the release. Yep, time to release. I'm gonna give y'all 1 more minute. So as you guys are writing that, there's some things I want you to think about, okay? What are needs versus expectations? What are roles and responsibilities? And then from there, we're gonna review, assess, and reprioritize. So what I love is I created this little handy dandy thing, okay? So what I love about it is, I know, I'm gonna try to break it down, but they're pretty much 4 boxes. So from everything that you wrote down, I want you to identify in one box my role and my responsibilities. These are the things that, hey, this is my role, this is my responsibilities, I gotta do it. But in the next box, we're gonna say, what needs my attention? When I say what needs my attention, I'm like, no, for real, this needs only my attention. In this box, it says, what can I come back to? Meaning, it needs my attention, but it doesn't need my attention right now. And in this last box, this is my favorite. Not my problem. Not my problem. Because a lot of times we're taking on everybody else's stuff. But if you really look at your list, I want you to think how many of those things fall into the not my problem box. A lot. Bitch. So read through what you guys wrote down. Identify what's my role and responsibilities. What are some of the things that needs my attention in the immediate sense? What are some of the things I can come back to? What's not my problem in the first place? I'm gonna give you 3 minutes for that one. I am. So you guys will get emails of the actual presentations after the event. So you guys will receive those later. I should have said that, but charges to my head and not my heart. You guys got 1 more minute. Now here's something I want you guys to do. Of the things that you guys identified on your list, I want you to think of one thing that you want to release right now and write it on a different sheet of paper and tear it out your notebook. It can be 1, it can be 2, it can be whatever you want. You can write however many you want. But I always like to say, let's start with 1. Because sometimes that could be a hard step in itself.
Can you repeat that instruction?
Yes. So I want you to think about one thing. It could be more than 1. But one thing you're going to let go in this moment. It could be more than 1. I could, it's fine. And tear it up off your notebook. And then we're going to be like the Baptist church. I want you to share with your neighbor what you feel comfortable with and what you're going to release. Share within your comforts. What are you guys releasing? After you do that, I want you to place that into the basket, the empty basket that's in the middle of your chair. And I want you to visualize, I am releasing and I am letting go. This is no longer my problem. You can say that out loud. You can say it to yourself. But share with your partner what you feel comfortable. And then rip it up. Put it there. I'm releasing and I'm letting go. Go ahead. Y'all looking at me. Did y'all actually do it? Did y'all already let it go in your head? You was like, oh, I let that go already. Right? They was like, oh, you said boundaries, we good. You are going to tear it up. Okay.
in heat, but it's also
Tear it up and put in there. I release and I let go. And let us know when you're done. Putting everything in the bag. When you're done putting everything in the bag, hold that bag up. Can y'all guys see that? When you guys are done and everybody place their stuff in the bag, put your hand up. Whoever's going to be the table leader, put your hand up and hold the bag up. And when everybody's done, I want whoever's going to be the table leader, hold that bag up. What about that tape open every way? Okay. So once that, whoever that table leader is, this is what we're gonna do. Yes. And then we're gonna clap for ourselves when we let it go. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Go ahead. Yes. Come on, one more. Yay! So we're gonna say together, I release, and I let go. And so here's a statistic I want you guys to keep in mind. Black women who prioritize their needs and let go of societal pressures reported improved emotional well-being. Studies showed a 25% decrease. We're going to say decrease. We always love the increase, but we're going to praise God for the decrease. A decrease in depression and anxiety symptoms. Say decrease. Decrease. When women set boundaries and focus on self-priorities. And this comes from the Journal of Counseling Psychology in 2021. So we can see how this is still a new phenomenon in that regard. So, the power of letting go. Letting go is the quiet strength. Because everything doesn't need our might. Letting go is the quiet strength that allows us to release the weight of what no longer serves us, making room for growth, healing, and my favorite part, limitless possibilities. Okay? So I want you to honor yourself for taking this bold step, for being courageous and sharing, for showing up and being vulnerable to your sister that's on the left and to the right. And I want you to say to themselves, to yourselves, and to them, I honor you today. I honor you today. I honor you today. And let us remember that this is a journey. This is not a destination. Rest is not a luxury. It is a necessity. So while we're taking this today, I don't want you to forget this stuff when you go out there, because when that coworker pisses you off, or your child's getting on your nerves, when your partner is touching on that last nerve, this is a journey. I'm practicing patience. I'm practicing kindness. I'm practicing letting go. I'm practicing honoring myself. I'm practicing setting boundaries. Because some days you're going to hit it out the park. And some days, hey, we just here. Praise God. Okay. But for all of that, ladies, I just want to say thank you. And I want us to take a collective breathe in and let go. And that is your permission to pause today. Thank you, guys.
Another round of applause for Lauren. further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker. You want a 5 minute?
Yes.
That was a lot to take in. We got 5 minutes. Another drink? Water? I'm going to be one That's why I just let go. That's when I put in the box. Yes. Stay ready. I'm trying to go up back on my way. Nobody's gonna do it like shake.
Okay. Is there any way that we can make this right? No, I'm good. Okay. Is this like a menu button? I'm gonna start doing around with that. Okay. That is right. Maybe the
The gold part of an old lady daydream. Yeah.
It's like, it could have been, well, we know that's just
Good enough. Good enough. If I can open it. Maybe it should not open.
It's a good.
Right. He didn't say nothing.
We're good. I mean, that's
All right, ladies, welcome back, welcome back. All right, guys, we're gonna introduce our next speaker. Let's get refocused, re-energized, bring it back in, bring it back in. Our next speaker, she's been a powerhouse in the mental health world for emotional healing. For the past 18 years, she's been redefining what it means to be a psychotherapist and a writer. She's also the owner of CJL Counseling Services for adult and child trauma services. And she's dedicated to helping individuals break free from the boxes of society tries to place them in. So I'd like to give her a warm round of applause. Elaine Smith, LC, BC, and CC. All the titles.
All the titles.
All the titles.
Still trying to get more. Right? Talking about rest, and I'm a doctoral student, so you know, rest don't come easy. So I'm just like Lauren. I love conversations. It's one of the things that motivates me and keeps me going. So as long as we're talking back and forth with each other, we're gonna have a great, wonderful time. Okay. Most importantly, before I get started, here's my disclaimer. I tell corny jokes. All right.
We'll laugh.
Thank you. Who said that? We'll laugh. Right here. Okay? As long as you laugh, I'll keep going. All right? If it gets to be too bad, just be like, cut it out, and I will. So we talking about rest is revolutionary. Now, for us as Black women, when we decide to take rest, it is truly revolutionary because it will move people when we finally decide to rest. Right? It will give people the opportunity to really see I'm not about it anymore. But it's about the point of us choosing when to rest, what it looks like, and making sure that we are standing firm in what we're deciding rest to be. But guess what? Come on. Technical difficulties. Come on. All right. What does rest mean to you? If I were to ask you, and I am asking you, to take a moment and define rest for me.
Stillness.
Stillness.
No schedule.
No schedule. Okay.
Getting rid of the schedule.
Getting rid of the schedule.
Vacation.
Vacation.
I would say recentering or recalibration.
Resetting or recalibration. I love that. I'm taking it. I love it. Right? The reason I'm saying that is because one, rest is not about having another task on your schedule. Right? It's a luxury. It's something I have to have. It's something that I need to maintain in order for me to be able to continue to do the things that I need to do. Right? Rest is not something I need to have because I finally am tired. Rest is something that needs to happen daily. Something I need to pay attention to. Something that requires my fullness and being able to understand, like, right now is the time for me to take rest. Right? So for me, when I'm thinking about rest, I'm thinking about what does my body need? When was the last time you had a conversation with your body? Right? When was the last time you actually listened to what it said to you? Like right now, my back is saying, what is you doing, girl? You're supposed to be sitting down, right?
But oftentimes your body is telling you way before you realize it mentally, something is not right. But because we don't listen to our bodies, we do that. I got to keep going. Because if I don't go, who's going to take care of the house? Who's going to take care of the cooking? Who's going to go grocery shopping? I got work to do. I got deadlines to meet. But the moment you listen to your body and take a moment, do you not know that you can regain your productivity, your creativity, to be able to do the things that you say needs deadlines, to still be able to do the things that you are required to do or what you have put on yourself? I'm gonna use that language, that we put on ourselves, because a lot of things that we put on ourselves does not require our attention. But some things that we put on ourselves does not come from us. Does that make sense? What do you think I mean by that?
Someone else's expectation.
Someone else's expectations, right? Because everybody has an expectation of what we are supposed to do as Black women, right? Think about it. We got societal pressures. We still got family pressures, personal pressure, cultural pressure. There you go. We can keep going. But do you not know, for us as Black women, we are the one that experience each and every one of those every day? Even in the decisions that we are making. And you wonder, like, where did it come from? Ma, I put up the ooh, am I hitting nerves? Do I need to? What's the stance I got to get in there, right? We are not our mothers and we are not our grandmothers, right? When you see that, what does that say to you?
They were always tired.
Did we see it though? I heard no.
I did.
You did?
We didn't see it in the aspect of them not getting up and doing it, but like Laura said earlier, those like the depression, anxiety, anger, irritability, we saw.
I want you to take a moment, right? When you were 10 years old and you're looking at your mom doing all the wonderful things that she was doing, making miracles every Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying? Tupac, right? Right? Did we think about her being tired?
I thought she was just really strong and magical, honestly.
So you, right there, we thought she was really strong and she was really magical. She was moving around, doing everything, getting the things done. Thought she wanted to do it, thought she enjoyed it. No.
Now, yes, I think it was expected because that's what she was taught when she was a little girl.
Yep.
And so the trauma, it was really trauma because she expected that from her children, which the oldest one was moi. So I started doing things at age 10 that she started doing.
Yeah. And here's the thing, because one reason I say at the age of 10, that's when we start to rationalize. That's when things no longer is black or white. We start to really pay attention to what's going on. But then we take it in, because who teaches us how to be women? Right? Who teaches us how to be a mother? So if I saw my mother do those things at 10 and I was like, this is what motherhood looks like, this is what womanhood looks like, when I turned 23 and had my own child, what do you think ended up happening then? I wanted to uphold the image that I saw my mother do, right? Because that was the only image that taught me this is what motherhood looks like, this is what womanhood looks like. And I seen her cry, but I really didn't see her emotional, right? Because the tears was from exhaustion, from not being emotional. That is the difference. So now as an adult, I'm like, oh, I got to do this because that's what my mama did. I got to do this because that's what my mama did. And then one day it was like, but I'm hurting. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. Who's taking care of me? Right? But that's the thing about us as black women, because what we learn from mama and grandmama is that we take care of everybody else first, and then we take care of ourselves. Yes.
When I read that, when you first said it,
Mm-hmm.
what does that make us think of?
Mm-hmm.
And my daughter was right. I tell her that all the time. I'm not you. I'm not Big Mama.
Mm-hmm. We are reclaiming a different version of ourselves. This is why it's revolutionary, because now what she's getting ready to do is be able to show her children these are the boundaries that you can develop. We didn't learn boundaries from mother and grandma. They didn't have boundaries. What they thought was, as long as my family is happy, but is that the reality?
No, it's not.
Oh, did I tell you I was a cussing therapist? So I wanted to disclaim right before I say, hell no, we wasn't, right? We're not. We're not. My happiness should not be defined by anyone. Yes.
My mother used to always tell me, as long as you're married, that's what she was taught by her mother. As long as the man is bringing home the money, you're fine. But when he stopped, that's when you better worry.
Well, I think even if you bring home the money, there's still certain behaviors. I still got to see that you show me love, right? But again, we have to think about where they were getting a lot of this from. It was survival. I ain't gonna mess with you on that one. But here's the thing, it is.
The generation is different.
Every generation is different, but it was about survival. We are constantly
Survival. Everybody.
But do you not know every one of us is still in survival mode every day because of what we've learned?
Yeah.
Right? We are in constant survival mode, and that survival mode is what makes that high blood pressure. You know what I'm saying? Those palpitation hearts, be like, is that it? Is this the day? Am I gonna come see you, Elizabeth? Like, come on. But it's because we're constantly worried about everybody else, and then when it comes time for us to worry about us, we don't have the what? Time.
Or energy. Yeah.
Or energy. Or the capacity. Absolutely. Now we just talked about family. Let's move down to the culture. We ain't talked about the culture yet. Right? So culture equates work with constant productivity. Wait, the hustle culture. Okay? The hustle culture, I gotta get it. Today's the day I gotta get my bag today. You know what I'm saying? I gotta make sure I'm eating the way I need to get that Birkin. I don't know nothing about no Birkin. That's outside my income level, right? But still,
we got that mentality though.
we gotta do something. Where hustle culture comes from is the fact of I constantly have to make sure that I have the money and the ability to do what I want to do. Thinking about this too. I don't know. We go right back to mothers, right? Sometimes mama didn't give me what I wanted because we didn't have the money, right? So, I got the poor thinking. Now, I'm going to say it. Coming from poverty, I got that poor thinking that, you know what, if it's not within what is required, we don't need it. But then there's another part of me that says, I got adult money now. I got McDonald's money. I got my McDonald's money. I can go whenever I please. I don't longer need, but it's still that place of I don't want to be back to where I was with my mother on a financial level. So we're constantly going and going and going. I got to figure out how to get this. I got to work this 9 to 5. For us as black women, I got to show up and show out that I'm worthy of the promotion, that I'm worthy of making more money, that I'm worthy of this position. We constantly have to show up and show out. That takes a lot of energy, yes.
I want to touch base on you said the hustle culture and the great. So we're all different as far as ages or whatever.
We ain't gonna talk about ages. We all beautiful.
No. I'm saying as far as the generations, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the hustle culture. Goes back to slavery. You have to do all these things, but yes. I also think that if we actually invest in our community's businesses, keeping hiring us. I think that cycle, but because of like systematic oppression and things like that, or whether it's colorism or whatever, I think that hustle culture also came from, if I got it, you can't have it. So I'm gonna keep it broke. But when in turn, if we actually shared it, if we actually put it back into each other, that always comes back. So that's, like it's kind of it's a weird caveat and a double-edged sword that we see over and over. So going back to what you said about, knowing your worth, saying no, taking your time. I think that black dollar is strong too. So we don't have to always have the mentality to say, because I'm poor, I can't help, and not knowing that one quarter will turn into $1 the next time it come back around to you.
It is the majority dollar, black dollar. Research has shown.
It has.
Majority dollar.
It has.
Going back to what you were saying, also, some of this hustle
Culture.
European indoctrination says that I haven't made it until I'm spending my money on these European things or on the things that the white people
Facts.
get.
There it is.
Facts.
Yes.
So like breaking that down and saying we don't need to do that.
Right. And I don't know if you guys saw the clip. Joy Bryant said something about creating our own creating our own black privilege.
Yes.
She had a little girl come on the plane. She gave up her seat to that little girl and sat in her seat in the back and put that little girl in first class. Because if we see it and we feel it, we know where to go. Our seats already say, son, buy that first class ticket. That one time you buy it, you can't go back. So it's like, it's not necessarily like the money value sometimes. It's sometimes that mindset that'll keep you moving forward.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
segregation created that.
Yep. So that speaks to the next point. Rest disrupt societal norms that undervalue our well-being. Right? Because come on, a lot of what we're just talking about are societal norms. This is the expectation that we have for you as a society, for you as a black woman. Here is the box. Do not come outside the box. Right? We want to be able to see you, touch you, and research you, examine you, misuse you while inside of this box, right? Because within societal norms, that's where the rat race comes from, right? That's where we come into competition. This is where competition comes into play for us as black women, because we're constantly in competition to meet somebody else's expectation of not just what I am doing as a person, but from beauty, financial, everything is from that. But if we have our own definition of rest, what that looks like in that space, can no one else come in and dictate to us what it should be? Because we have come together and said, this is what it means for me as a black woman. And once I identify what it means to me as a black woman first, then I can share it. Then I can pass it on. Then I can encourage a room full of women on this day of taking the time to identify what rest looks like, feels like, means to you. Right? That is why it's revolutionary, because the moment that we take one step for ourselves, we're taking 1,000 steps for the next woman behind us. And then we can educate the woman next to us. It's amazing what we can do the moment we say, I'm done. I'm done trying to make you happy, because that's no longer my job. It's about me making myself happy. Were you going to say something? Okay. The best advice I ever received, my son was like 4 months old. And I'm talking about, I got to go to school because I got to make money. I got to make sure my baby okay. And I got to make sure he's happy. And the moment I said, I got to make sure, she's like, but you do know when you do for yourself, you are also doing for him. You're setting a foundation for him. You're thinking about everything that he needs. What about what you need? So it's like, okay, I see it. I see what you're putting down. Because if I make myself happy, guess who I'm also teaching what that looks like? Do you not know most of the time when I have a client, it's like, I want to be happy. I want to feel happy. I want to experience happiness right now. What does that look like for you? What is an example of happiness
for you. We can't find an example because mama, what she do, did everything to make sure that we were happy. But I can never see or her be happy because she put her happiness to the what? Absolutely. So now when we're thinking, I want you to redefine rest for yourself. It's not just about getting sleep. Rest is not about, don't get me wrong, nap is wonderful, right? But rest is about what is it that I will no longer continue to move forward with that does not do me well as an individual first, right? Prioritizing rest is an act of self-preservation and empowerment. What do you think that means for you? Self-preservation. I heard something. How? Wait, say that last part again.
Our bodies are not naturally taking care of us, so we're supposed to be healing and sleeping. That's all a part of healing. Like we're sick if we don't.
Absolutely. Yes.
Also, I think it's a difference between pouring from your cup, but also pouring from the overflow of your cup. Like preserving yourself, like making sure that you're giving from your overflow as opposed to giving yourself to others.
So I love it because oftentimes when we're thinking like, I need to refill my cup, we're always like, I need to refill this cup, but it's halfway, but I got enough to give to somebody else though. And then we get replenished quicker because we keep giving, right? I like that. Pouring from the overflow, not just from the cup itself. Self-preservation is about what do I need to do to preserve my lifespan? Because everything that we do shortens our lifespan. The stress that we endure, the pain that we allow ourselves to endure. I'm gonna leave it right there. Don't beat me up. My car is not outside. Okay. But sometimes we do allow ourselves to experience certain pains because that is what is expected of us. When in reality, I don't have to experience pain for the sake of, right? Because it goes right back to that whole societal norms. We're supposed to be in a relationship, but I'm willing to settle just to be in a relationship. And I'm not talking just intimate relationship. I'm even talking about your job relationships, right? We'll settle for a job for the sake of saying I got a job. We'll settle for that relationship for the sake of saying I have a relationship with somebody, but not realizing that there is more to us. And if I force everybody else to give me what I deserve, we get out of these different categories. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right, let's keep going. It's not selfish. I'm going to repeat that. It's not selfish to love yourself, take care of yourself, and to make your happiness a priority. It is necessary. It is necessary. Your happiness means more than anything to anyone else. Why do we need to sacrifice our happiness? Ask yourself that question. Why do I need to sacrifice? Nope. Ask yourself, why am I sacrificing myself? Because don't you sacrifice yourself daily? Why are you sacrificing yourself, and what do you get in return?
A shorter life.
Right?
Yeah, majority of the time we sacrifice for our others that don't pour into us. And we tend to try to, pour into them so they can see something in us that we actually don't see in ourselves.
So basically, if I keep giving you more of me, you'll give me enough validation to make me feel better about me.
Yep.
That's a vicious cycle, ain't it?
Yeah.
Very vicious. Here's the thing that is beautiful about rest. The moment that I take a moment to listen to myself, my body, what's going on within me, I get to redefine who I am.
right? Because when I take that moment of rest, I'm like, oh, I just learned that I like this. Oh, I learned that I like that. Oh, I really don't like that.
That's the one.
But I think that's the empowerment piece that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Because when you get so busy and you're doing this, you're doing that, pleasing others, you don't have time to take a step back and realize what you need to recharge.
And let me tell you, the moment that you take a step back and think about what you need to recharge, that's when you start, I didn't like the way they did that to me. See, then you begin to see people, things, and places for what they really are and how they truly impact you. Then that's when the boundaries come into place. Because now I'm going to put my boundaries in place and I'm going to make sure that you don't do that again.
And it's always a test, right? Because you'll set that one boundary, and you might be good for a little bit, right? And it'll appear again in another form, like the questions. What's the questionnaire that asks you the same question 5 different times?
Yeah.
And I think that, like, when you're talking about the word, the vicious cycle, a part of that vicious cycle is being able to recognize when it's coming back up again and stopping it, because sometimes it might change its form. Yes. But it's the same exact situation.
Yeah. So let me just say this about boundaries. This is what how I like to define boundaries, right? Boundaries is this beautiful door that you put in place for people to see the door and to knock first. But it's my job to maintain who and what comes through that door. It's my job. The people on the outside, it's their job to do what? Get in. So they're going to do everything they can to get in. Let me in, the popo behind me. Let me in, I need to use your bathroom. Because the moment we open that door up, what happens to that boundary? It's gone. It goes away because I wasn't the one consistent with the boundary. Because I allowed you to come in a different way, in a different capacity to impact the boundary. It's my job to protect my boundaries. It's not the person's job to respect my boundaries. It's my job to be consistent. But the moment that I'm not consistent with my boundaries, what did I teach the next person?
No boundaries.
And guess when people like to break your boundaries? When do they break them? When you're tired. When you're exhausted. When they know you're worn out. Oh, you'll say yes today because you've been working 20 hours, an extra 20 hours this week. People watch and pray on you when we are in our weakness.
We're not talking about PRA line.
Say it, right? But that's why rest is important, because it gives us the opportunity to strengthen our mind, but also strengthen who we are and how we identify ourselves to others and to ourselves, right? Rest fuels the brain and the body. So there's this thing. I bet you didn't know this. Because this is the thing about a therapist, right? We always got to look up something in order to be able to give out. But there's this thing called default mode network. Okay? This is what our bodies go through in the moment of rest. When we allow ourselves to rest. So it's called default mode network. If I am feeling tired, I'm not going to force myself to continue to work on whatever I'm working on. I'm going to stop. Now, when you stop, you're probably thinking, but my brain is going to keep telling me that I got to do all these different things, right? Then anxiety kicks in and says, you got to clean the kitchen, you got to go clean the garage, the basement, the floor, you got to clean behind the refrigerator, but you got this deadline. It lists all the things, everything. So what do? You stop resting and you keep going. Don't. That is when your default mode kicks in. Your default mode allows you to daydream. You're like, why am I staring off into space? That is your body saying, we need to make sense of what is happening right now. And I need to go into another place to figure it out, because where we are right now is too chaotic. So, but when you do allow yourself to daydream and to pause, like Lauren was talking about earlier, to pause, it gives you an opportunity for self-reflection, to be able to say, here's what I need to prioritize. Even though I know I need to clean out the garage, the kitchen, do some deep cleaning everywhere else. But right now, what I need to focus on is
There you go, rest. Maybe I do need to take this nap. I got 1 hour to sleep. Don't nobody bother me. Turn off all the lights, get your blindfold, lay down, rest, because that may be what your body needs. And to be honest, when we're talking about nap, 30 minutes is enough for your body to refresh itself. If you go longer than that, you're actually triggering for nighttime sleep. And then you're wondering, like, man, I'm taking a nap, like, it's been 5 hours. That's also a sign that your body's saying, I need to rest. Because now I'm making up for sleep from when I did not get 3-4 weeks ago. Right? You know how that is. Everyone that one day, that one weekend, you've been working all week and you just like, man, I was supposed to get up at 10 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. How did that happen? Because your body says, I need rest. But also, most importantly, I need to rearrange. Because when we have that REM sleep, when we have that moment, that's when everything gets, this is what we need to keep, this is what we don't need to keep. This is what we need to prioritize, this is what we don't need to prioritize. But because we don't allow ourselves to do that, we just jump up and start doing everything, we don't rest. It's a battle though. It is a battle to rest. Because you got to fight yourself. Because you're doing what you normally know how to do. What you've seen. What has been told to you to do. Right? So you got to battle that. The first time you stop, your body is going to be like, we got to move, we got to move, we got to move. No, you sit your ass down. Sit down. Sit down. That's what you got to do. Right? You got to fight with yourself to give yourself the rest. But the more that you practice, the more easier it is. Because now you're like, okay, now I see. I don't need to go out this weekend. Even though, I told her I was going to come, I really don't need to go because I'm tired. My battery is already drained. I'll take them out to dinner next time. Right? I'm not obligated to do everything that everybody's requiring me to do right now. I'm obligated to sit here and watch Netflix or let Netflix watch me. Either way, I'm taking care of me. And not feeling guilty about taking a break. People like to make us feel guilty. And on top of that, you all like to make other people feel guilty too. Right? So one of the things is, reason why we like to make people feel guilty is because I expect you to be me. I expect you to give me like I give you. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to touch on that earlier when we talked about, like, creating those boundaries for others and, like, not necessarily feeling like we have to do everything, but I think it's also in reverse. Like, we have to also extend that grace to other people when they need it as well.
Absolutely. Because just like I'm tired, they're tired. Because I give to you, that's me giving to you. I cannot expect you to give it back to me because I don't know what kind of space you're in to even think about giving it back to me. But the way you may give it back to me, I'm going to be thankful and grateful for that because that was your way of giving back to me. It doesn't have to come the way that I give you. Because I give you $10, I don't mean for you to give me 10 back. If you can give me $1, I'm going to be grateful for that because that's what you could give me, not what I expected you to give me. See, that's how we make people feel guilty, right? I expect you to be where I was when you needed me for me. But everybody don't have the capacity because they don't have the ability to work. Yes.
Speaking of the capacity, me and my best friend, my best friend from like 6, right? And she's all sick. He said, you know, the way you deliver things, we take it better now than adults. But as children, it came off this. So now, you get to know each other more throughout life. You can't go anywhere. This is what you know all your life. Mm-hmm. And now what we say is like real or no real. Mm-hmm. So when you come and ask me a question, do you want me to be real with you, or do you want me to just listen? Do you have the capacity for my advice, or you just need somebody? So we'll straight up be like, real or no real? And she'll tell me if it's real or no real. And I know whether to shut up because that gave me permission and also honored me not to be like, okay, like you said, do as I say or whatever, and put us on an even playing field. So now I ask the question, what do you need from me, without prying or throwing down everything that I think about the situation, because sometimes that doesn't serve. Just because we have these opinions they're not able or have the capacity to even receive what we have. So
no, absolutely. No, I do the same thing with my friends. I'm like, so right now I need a moment to vent, but do you have the emotional capacity to listen to me? Right? If you don't, it's cool. I love you still. Go do what you got to do to take care of yourself, and then we'll meet up again in the middle somewhere. And then I'm gonna go on to the next person. You wanna say something?
Yeah, so I was realizing, I mean, on my journey, like growing up, even at a young age, we were taught give to others as you want them to give to you. And I think that the part that was left out was that it's not always happening. They're not able to, right? So like it came from a teaching you kindness and not like for me to just not to expectation, right? So it was a kindness thing. So I had to unlearn that. That although I'm doing this out of kindness, right? Not the expectation that you'll do for me.
Right.
Some people are not taught to give in the capacity that you may be given, right? So in the end, do not expect it. So I'm doing this out of kindness with no expectation that you're going to give it back. And now, how kind am I to myself also dictates whether or not I'm pouring from a cup of overflowing out my reservoir.
Right. And also that saves us from pain and heartache.
Yes.
Because once I give you that grace and that compassion, then I can't be mad at you or upset at you for something that you don't have the capacity to do.
So this, one of the things that I've dealt with a lot, and going back to what you were saying, is people don't always want to be saved. Like nobody, nobody asks. Like you really, and I've had this habit of like, oh, let me help. That's why I got married. Let me help. And then, realizing later on, yeah, I'll take the help. Right. But in the meantime, you're killing yourself and giving people help that they didn't even ask for.
But you said it beautifully. Everybody can't be saved. But see, we're still in that space, and we have our cape on, and I'm supposed to save you. But I'm not supposed to save you from yourself when I have not saved myself from myself. Like that's the thing. That's the key part. We keep wanting to take care of everybody else, but we forget about the number one priority because we were not taught to make ourselves a priority. Even if you think about it, with mama and daddy, when they was raising us, they taught us to be seen and not heard. You more likely half the time the emotional foundation that we needed was lacking because they too did not have the emotional foundation to teach us the difference in our emotions. But we know one thing, I know how to get angry. Right? I know how to get angry. I'm still learning happiness stuff. Right? So with that, it's realizing we can save ourselves from a lot of pain that we do to ourselves because we expect something. I had to learn that the hard way. It was really during the death of my mother that I had to learn that I cannot expect me out of other people. Right? I got disappointed in people doing things that they didn't have the capacity to do. But once I got to the point where I'm like, in order for me to heal from this space, I have to let go of the pain that was there because it's not allowing me to take care of myself. Because I'm using that pain to feel my grief. See what I'm saying? Right? But we're going to keep going. So, when we're talking, these are different things. When we rest, it builds our immune system. Right? It lets us take better care of ourselves. See, that's the thing about us. Do you not know the number one killer for us is heart attacks?
Yep.
Right? Because we constantly, boom, boom, boom. I got to move here. I got to move there. I got to get here. We following a schedule that nobody else is following. And I got an 18-year-old. I need you to hurry up. Come on. We gotta go. Right? And he's just like, okay. Where's your sense of urgency? Right? Like, move. But then he taught me something. Everything doesn't have to be an urgency. Right? I was like, oh, okay, brother, you right. You right. Let's take our time. Man. I'm like, man, why did I think of that before? I don't have to rush. Right? It ain't CP time if I there about 5 minutes late. I'm still here. Right? Or I leave out earlier so that I don't have to rush. Minor changes, right? But again, who has to think about those changes. Because we're always running on somebody else's time. I don't want to disappoint such and such if I'm late. But then that means I didn't eat breakfast. I didn't take care of myself. I didn't do what I need to do to get my day started. Maybe I didn't pray before I got up today. Maybe I didn't read my Bible before I got up to start my day. Things I should be doing to start my day, I didn't do it because I didn't want to disappoint somebody. But at the end of the day, who did I disappoint because I didn't maintain right?
Because how comfortable are you? You just rush.
I just rushed. Hey girl, hey, how you doing?
You didn't feel your body, so you tired.
Right? And that brings me to the next thing of the facade that we put on, even when we're tired. My mom used to teach me, don't look how you feel. Right? And most of the time, when she taught me that, what she was just trying to tell me is, show your strength.
Fake it till you make it.
Fake it till you make it. Don't let people know that you're down and out. But then that took a whole nother path. Because now, even when I'm tired, I bet you can't tell, hey, we gonna party. We gonna do our thing. And then when I'm at home, whew, why the hell did I go out? Oh, okay, let me just stretch out. I'm gonna get in my bed. And then now I'm beating myself up because I need to clean my house. But I'm tired. But that was because I wanted to fake the funk with my person, my friend, so that they can feel comfortable with me. Or fake the funk for my job because I need to make sure that's taken care of. But I didn't show what was really happening. And that leads to our immune system and our cognitive functioning decreasing. Have you ever wondered why you get sick and all of a sudden it lasts like 2 weeks? Right? Or a month? That's your body saying, I have to think about our mental or the immune or your physical. And right now, you know what? Physical can have to take a side note because I need to make sure these chemicals in your brain are doing what it's supposed to do so we can keep functioning. So I need to make a choice. And most of the time, our immune system is what goes.
See, mine show up differently. It doesn't show up in sickness, but I do short circuit. And when I mean by short circuit, is that sometimes, like, I travel a lot for work. Like, I'm all over the place. Like, I'm never, whatever. But there's times where I could be having a conversation and I'll literally, like, start stuttering, or I literally, my eye will start twitching, or my hand will start shaking. And I'll know, like, okay, you need to chill out. So it's like I would say recognize that. I don't know, in your professional opinion, is that equate to different things for different people?
Well,
Because
it equates to one that your adrenaline is always pumping, and you're finally paying attention to the fact that your adrenaline is there. Because that's mostly what ends up happening. We're using up the last bit of adrenaline to get through the rest of the day or get through whatever the next project is. And then our body is reacting to the adrenaline. But also, even with the cognitive functioning, you're too tired to think. That's just what it is. It's such a thing as being too tired to think, where now I'm trying to find the words. Like, damn, what is that word? What's that? What was that? Where's my keys? Right? No, let me do the one that we all know. Let me do the one that we all know. Hold on. Girl, I'm trying to find my phone. Oh yeah, I need to talk to you later. I'm tired. I need to talk to you later. Right? But that's because that's another sign that something is wrong that we ignore. That our body's saying, I need you to stop. Like these are all the different signs that are happening. Your body is telling you, I need to stop. I need you to stop, please. But the only time we finally pay attention is, oh, my heart is beating kind of off. Okay, now I'm getting a little scared because this left arm is tingling, getting a little numb, right? Then the doctor's telling you got high blood pressure. Something's wrong with your heart. That's when we start wanting to make life changes. When we should be making life changes, when we first recognize I have pushed my body to the limit. And I'm still pushing it past the limit. All right?
A really important component in all of this is how we're feeding ourselves also, which I found a lot of us neglect. Like, okay, I'm like, and part of this is not resting. Oh, let me go grab something real quick. Well, that something real quick is high in sodium.
Wait, why is it not part of resting? Why is me eating better not part of resting? Isn't that part of my well-being?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That eating better should be part of that because all this hustle, go, go, go. I'm not going to take time to eat a wholesome meal. I'm going to get, whatever I can get off the corner. Is part of that rush. You're eating in your car,
not eating at all.
Not eating at all. You're eating things that are full of sodium and full of cholesterol, full of all the things that are going to contribute to all these other conditions because you're just going, and not really taking the time to rest and eat. So that's one of the things that I have. One of the few things that I've done to rest is yes, I will spend all Sunday cooking so that I will have food to eat for the week.
So I know who house to go to this Sunday.
I'm a chef also, but still, like just realizing that our house, prioritizing that for myself. Cook for everybody else.
But cook for you.
But for myself, I don't have time. But actually making the time to prioritize that for myself, because I'm making sure. Personal chef. I make sure everybody else eats right while I'm sitting in my car. Eating on the way to take them their food. This is crazy. So,
but that's
and drinking enough water. Drinking enough water so that your brain can function. All these things.
But they all require us to be cognizant of what we need to do for ourselves. Because we're saying all the great things today, but what's going to help you to remember these great things when it comes time for you to do it?
Yeah.
I think I saw a hand. Yes.
So, isn't a certain level of self-worth required to even give yourself permission to rest?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this, yes. But here's the thing. It's all about how you're defining your self-worth. Because your self-worth can look like, if I do for them, then that means something for me. I'm also an educator, and I train in counselors. And I constantly say that one of the things that we go in is we think that your success is my success. And that goes for any of us as Black women. We think that the more that we pour into other people, that's going to look like my work, because I can say, out of all these years, I was able to get them to that point. So it's about how we define self-worth. And this is where you got to have the rest so that you can define who you are truly, not who you are to others, but who you are to you, yourself. And then once you're able to do that, then you know your self-worth and you can function from that place. But right now, most of the time where we function is, what is my worth compared to how I'm taking care of other people, right? Even as a mother, is my kids okay? I'm cool if my son got all the name brands, but I'm wearing Walmart, right? I'm cool if he's eating the good stuff and I'm eating the Doritos or the leftovers. So it's like I'm taking care of you, but that's where my worth lies. So again, rest gives her that point of, I really don't like Doritos. Shit is nasty. But it's because it's the only thing that's close to me that I will put in my body, because I'm making sure I took the time out to take care of him when I should be taking the time out to cook a meal that we both can have. Does that make sense? Right. So yes.
Oh no, I was gonna piggyback basically on both of y'all. She was talking about cooking, you was talking about your self-worth. I think that what helps me sometimes, like, we don't get all figured out, is that little things that can compartmentalize my time, right? And she's talking about the cooking. I meal prep avid, right? So I know for a fact that I have something that is sustainable, it's healthy, that I can grab and go.
But can I ask you this question though? That's the grab and go. How often are you eating at your desk or while you're working? So that's the thing about rest, is being able to give yourself the attention that you need. Even though you meal prep, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot like that. No. But even though you meal prep, you still need to give yourself the time you need to enjoy what you prep, to be able to experience it, right? To experience the food or experience what you need to experience, because you're still thinking, I gotta meet a deadline. Even if you take a moment to yourself and rest, who says you still can't meet that deadline? But because I'm gonna tell you, when you're in that space, you're reading the same line 3 or 4 times before you recognize I am reading the same thing. You're not moving forward. But when you walk away from it to do something else, to get some fresh air, take a moment for yourself, come back, you can re-engage and get back into what you need to do. But if you're just sitting there forcing it, it's not going to happen. So even though you meal prep, are you taking the time to enjoy the experience of your food?
Yes.
Right? So, okay, it brings me to my next point. We're going to create your rest practice. So I'm going to need you to take out those beautiful notebooks that you guys got, and I'm going to ask you the first question. First question is, where did it go? Okay. Why do you need a rest ritual? Why do you think you need a rest ritual? Let me take that back. I want you to think about that. I want you to write down why you need a rest ritual. I need a rest ritual because I want to empower myself. I need a rest ritual because I want to know more about myself. Or maybe I'm redefining myself. Hell, it's time for me to care for myself. What is your rest ritual? What's the reason for it? So I always like affirmations. Affirmation is what keeps us thinking positive or thinking and keeping us focused. So I have an example. It says write your rest ritual intentions. But an example is I dedicate this time to restore my energy and find my peace. So it doesn't have to be just that, but that's just an example. I dedicate this time to restore my energy and my peace. I think this is the next question that I'm going to ask. It's probably going to be the most difficult one. What brings you comfort and relaxation? Now, don't just think of, cake, whatever. I want you to think of, bring your sensories into play. What smells do you like? I love lavender and vanilla. Like, I love that. So I got a bunch of candles around my house. It's incense, right? What do you like to feel? Right? That soft blanket, a hoodie. What is that? What do you like to taste? What do you like to watch? I'm a murder mystery girl. Don't talk about me. Okay? So that's all is on my Netflix and Prime Video. Right? I don't want nothing to watch that requires me to think about my job. That's too much trauma. It's too much trauma. I stay away from SVU. I want something fake. Okay? That fantasy world. But what brings you comfort and relaxation? Because guess what? When you're resting, those things might be a reminder for you. I have my little favorite hoodie waiting on my couch right now for me. And trust and believe, I'm going to put my sweats on and my hoodie on, and I'm going to relax. Right? Once I hit the door, it's about what? Relaxation, because my home has been identified as my sanctuary. Right? I don't know if y'all remember that song. Not before you come. Don't just pop it over, because you're not getting in. You're not getting in. If you don't call me to let me know you're coming by for me to tell you don't, you're not coming in. Right? So if your home is identified as your sanctuary, when you go in, this is part of your rest ritual. What's the first thing you do to start the process of winding down? Right? Take the clothes off, wash my face. Right? What else? Because the moment, I'm in front of a bunch of beautiful women. I think we all on the same page because once these undergarments come off, ain't going nowhere else. Don't call me, right? But that's part of the process. That the moment you hit your door, and here's why you need to have that. Do you not realize that every day you go to work, you're in hypervigilant mode? Your shoulders are up here by your ears. You ready to fight whoever in the office? Like, just in case you got the nerve today, right? We're constantly in hypervigilant mode, but also because of the trauma, and I'm a trauma specialist, because of the trauma that we've endured in the past, we're hypervigilant mode to be prepared for the unknown. Now, if I'm like this every day outside my house, there has to be a moment where I can drop my shoulders and let my body flow. Because if I go in my house like this, at what point are you really resting? Right? So, what does that comfort and relaxation look like? Coming in, washing your face, right? That could be part of touch because even for those who have anxiety, taking a shower can help. It really don't matter how many times you take one. Just letting the water run on you helps to calm you. So what does that look like? Maybe that's something you want to do when you walk in the door. Don't talk to me, don't touch me. I gotta go to the shower. Another thing about it is needing space. Maybe that's part of your relaxation. I need space. Hey, mommy loves you, but can you give me about 15 minutes to unwind and then we can do some stuff together? That's teaching boundaries and space, right? Timing and duration. Normally, I try to challenge people to do something 30 minutes a day because I know starting out trying to rest is difficult because you're fighting yourself. And the first time, and oftentimes, like as a therapist, we're like, why don't you try journaling? And then the week back, that shit didn't work. I got it. I understand. I understand. I get you. But how many times did you try to journal? I don't want you to do, but how many times did you try the process? One time. And I know that one time your mind was like, what we gonna write? What we gonna do? What is it? Because I don't have nothing to write about right now. But did you try it the next day? Did you try it the next day? So that's the thing about rest. If you say I'm gonna do it 30 minutes a day, but somehow 15 minutes in, you got up and start doing something else, can we try it again the next day? And if you keep doing it, try again until you get straight into 30 minutes. Because the moment you feel that good 30 minutes, you're gonna be like, ooh, this is what this feels like? Okay, I'm gonna do this for an hour next time. Right? But you have to practice and give yourself enough time to experience it. I keep saying the word experience because that's how we remember things in life is through experience. We remember all the bad things in life because of experience. But if we want to replace those bad things with good things, we have to experience. So we have to be intentional about experiencing the good things because, again, rest is about revolutionary, right? We're changing. We're making a whole new movement. We're teaching the women that's coming up behind us that what we've been through, they don't need to go through. But in order for me to show you what it feels like, I first need to feel it myself before I can educate you, right? So taking that time to experience it, it's almost like that good wine that you like, ooh, tastes good. That good cake. You know what your favorite food is that gets you to start dancing? You loving it because you're experiencing it. You're actually taking the time to take it in. That's what you have to do is rest. Right? Where will you rest? Now this does not mean to give yourself the excuse to go to Punta Cana, Puerto Rico, and be like, that's where I'm going to rest. Because if you start waiting to rest, you will never, because you're going to be on a hustle of trying to make the money so you can have a good time wherever you're trying to go. But then by the time you get there, the first 2 days, you're doing what? Sleeping. And then you get home and you still ain't sleeping. So it's a vicious cycle, but
Don't plan it in that capacity. Where will you rest? It could be at home. Actually, I have someone that says, they like to go to the park and hug on a tree, even in weather like this. I don't know why, but that's their prerogative, right? That's what they want to do. They like to sit in the grass. That helps them to kickstart their rest. They can't rest at home, so they got to go somewhere else to experience something. That's fine if that's what has to happen, as long as you're what? Experiencing rest. All right. I was gonna do that. I think we're good. Don't you start playing. What are your thoughts? What are your takeaways? I always like to know what the takeaway is before I walk out the door. What is the takeaway? Yes. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So you're listening to what your body is seeing. Like even when you get to migraines, I am going to say the second stage, but that's not what we're talking about today. But even when you're feeling it, you still stopping to say, what do I need to do for myself? Amazing. Yes, and then yes.
I'm also going to say something that we mentioned talking about earlier is that realizing that a lot of this is generational.
Yes. Yep. Breaking a lot of generational trauma because without going into a whole nother presentation, right? What has been passed down, everything that we have seen, heard, and do has been passed down for years because it was about survival. And we can go all the way back to slavery and understand why it was passed down. But now we're no longer in that mindset of having to survive. I mean, in different ways. But in order for us to kind of be able to experience the life that we have in the way that we need to experience it, we have to let go of those things that hurt them in the past that they taught us in order to prevent us from hurting the present. Yes.
The takeaway from this presentation for me has just been to be very intentional about rest. And then just for my overall journey, with therapy and everything, I have learned that the better I am to myself, I'm able to be that way to my family. So I learned to just make myself a priority.
I love it. Yes. Well, I want to say thank you for having me here today to talk about rest. When Lauren asked me to talk about this topic, I was like, yeah, that's right, because I've been intentional about my rest. Yes. I got something for you. So I appreciate being able to pass this on. I hope it does help, and also I hope that you practice it. Because oftentimes we come to conference and we learn some good stuff, but we don't take it with us. All right? So it's a pleasure. You guys have a wonderful day.
Okay, ladies, we're going to take this opportunity to take a nice 15-minute break. Get up, stretch your legs. And during this time, too, we talked about being communal and supporting each other. We have two amazing vendors back there, Unwind Winery, and we also have Mahogany as well. Even if I don't know what you guys are doing today, but a share, a tag, a follow is also a great way to support because we got to do it for ourselves. And y'all have fun. There's still some more water and some fruit and stuff like that, which will be served in a little bit, about an hour or so. But in the meantime, stretch those legs, talk amongst each other, get to know one another. That's what we're here for, okay? Oh gosh.
Oh.
Ladies, please make sure you check out our vendors. We
y'all support the Black owned business. I just did this. Yes. Because I know I'm so
I need to talk to you about her.
I chose the non-racial. I know. But you know what it is? It's been getting worse. But I don't ever leave the house.
Yeah, that's right. No. It's worse though. Ever. I'm just pull up. Yeah, nah, you get it?
Oh yeah, let's put it back on in a minute.
I've been putting that box in here. That was thinking. I think that box is the best thing in the world. And one little child, I still have it. Yeah, I still have it. Who you got? I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if I get a good job too. I had my cane.
So I want to share this. She brought an interesting perspective. She is a lot of friends because she was born at 9 years old. So she is not she cannot but she Oh, you saying right? She was. Yeah, she was. Like she absolutely made her way. She was, but into all of that, she was. You know what I mean? No, I can't agree. I completely get that. But she did. I felt like she was because she is so, you know what I mean? I mean, we know her, so we have to work with her. She types up what she has to say, whatever. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, people right. And that's natural. I think that's not she's natural. Yeah. I don't know if I feel like she took advantage of it because the only thing I would feel like she took advantage of the situation I felt like she took advantage because she did it. This is what it is. Yes, they didn't know she was having sex with him. No, I get that. But I'm saying when she first but when they first got together, right? They first, yeah, we have to teach us to do it. So the person is in the shoe bag right? So this is not. I wouldn't say that because they're oh no, I get you, but I'm saying that that's not complicated. Typically, when it usually they're high that I'm just saying, normally, that's my point. They be like that. You know, we know and that's not like even like it's a concept. Yeah, exactly. It's even like what you were saying. I can't find TikTok, right? Do I like so just take your time. It's okay. It's okay to say, you know what, I love this woman, but I'm 25 and she's 16. She's 21. You know what yes, ma'am, she does. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair though. You can't. That's and there's a wrong place. But she always but and that's another thing too. Sometimes that's not just bad. Exactly. Especially especially somebody that it's a human relationship. Sometimes what I think is something. What are you? I can even see you know, she's all of us. So I'm some people have an issue. She still loves him. So that's what and she still talks the same talk. That's what it's the love for this intellect too. And that's but that's she felt like she makes no real maybe not appropriate. I don't know if she feel like she could do that. Definitely not appropriate. It may make sense to her. Well, it did make sense to her. Right. I understand what you're saying. Like, that was not to take it back. I got that. But I truly not take there's some level like that's not right now. So that's the part. I
Kishana. Yeah. Angel. Okay. Pretty. Oh, so my sister seen it on TV or something, I think, and she randomly was like, "Oh, I think this would be good for us." And she bought yes, yes. So we bought it. And that's about it. Yep. What about you? Okay. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I remember her saying something about you.
Yeah.
So last week I had a really good conversation. So this really helps me to feel like
Yeah, like in the new year, the restart. Yeah. I'm glad.
my birthday.
So happy birthday! I'm glad you continue to like push forward and make sure you was here to celebrate you and to be like challenge.
And I'm a new mom. I just and so now I take on this thing of like, like she was saying, not making exceptions before. Like I used to do that without her.
Yeah.
And now it's like,
Yeah.
it's crazy how that happens. You get in the cycle. It's like, I'm sick of it.
And forget about yourself. Yeah. How old is your baby?
He's 2. And he's very busy. He's a boy.
I'm sure.
And he's clean to me. That's another thing. Like,
right, go ahead. You want to hear what it's down.
But it's like, I need that channel, like she said, the kids, like,
yeah.
I just need to know her long.
Yeah. Lock the bathroom door, like she said.
And he still be locking it.
You're not getting any time.
This is what this is. It's good for y'all for coming and then the person which like
right.
It's like she's great, like I said, she's connected her. Otherwise she's really great. She's a person and like the person that's sad.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. Maybe if I really try to keep my business up, and it makes it like that sounds crazy. But actually, we're strong. And then online business practice. That makes sense.
Right.
Talk about that. Yeah, woman of God. I'm a minister. Actually, more so. Minister is kind of like struggle warfare.
Well, yeah, almost what she was saying about the counselors too, right? Just giving, like my successes, like this person did this, but you still at the same time do stuff, right? So I was saying that we found out about the thing.
Yeah, I saw her. I was like, well, I know her. Everybody around me.
Okay. Yeah, she said and she sent me the link, and I was like, this is so random. And I was like, it looks nice. I'll send you the link to that. Yeah.
Probably a couple years ago when I graduated. Years before she was, I knew she was leaving to go there. And I started following her social media. I'm so proud of her.
That's what she was saying.
Just to know her. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Ladies, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Let's get recentered, refocused. Everybody use the bathroom. Y'all got your drinks, stretch your legs. I see you guys ordered some products. I hope it was good. I hope it was good. So we're gonna have 5 more minutes. We have a few more ladies in the bathroom. I'm gonna come back. I just want to give you guys a head up, and then we're going to introduce the next speaker, and we're gonna get it done. So 5 more minutes, ladies. 5 more minutes. Last chance to do whatever you need to do.
That's good to know. Because like I said, it was so random. Like, yeah, I was like, it looks good. Yeah. Santa, I think we got the ticket like that day. Yeah.
He will be there.
But I'm learning.
Yeah.
I was just like toe up, and I had to pump her. I'm like, hey, yeah. And so this, I need it. Because I can't be at work because it's going to be on the big jump.
Yeah.
Work together. So this is right. So this is perfect.
And I think that's crazy because, at least for me, as an athlete, I felt I have to almost like think about like, why do I feel this way? Like, so I think this I'm not the one that like here. Like I get places with my husband, like I cry. You know, he's like, yeah, this is I think he's always like how like it's so many yeah. It's like she has stuff. I have all these I like almost on the way to myself. Like I have all these things, all the like all her amazing, all that hard work, right? Like a no-brainer. Like,
Like Lauren said, I got it down.
And I definitely put me in gate. It's just like, okay, I'm going to support.
right.
And
But people have to say something. Your eyes off of.
Yeah.
I did just see one on Facebook. That's why you can watch me. You know how crazy you are. I love your rings.
I feel like I'm ready on Saturday. I might check that. I don't it's like I don't even want to. Right.
I did what I should have done. Yeah. Affect the outcome. And there's nothing I can do presently to affect the outcome. You don't need to be
It's my energy or trying to see something.
It's just. I don't watch it all the time, but I watch it.
Okay, ladies, we're gonna start. Everyone, we're gonna start the next segment of our event. Ladies, can we recenter, regroup? Right, bring it back all right, bring it on in. you guys got some good stings and we're all together. So our next speaker, I'm going to introduce her name. Give a second, but be inspired. She's a true pioneer in wellness industry. She's a Chicago-based wellness collective dedicated to making holistic health accessible to all. She's transformed lives globally through her innovative technique, including breathwork and sound healing. I would love to give a round of applause and your attention to Cherish Davis.
Thank you all. I'm Cherish. I'm the founder of Beyond Wellness. And you guys, even though you're turned around, if some of you want to even come on the couches, some people say they spaces already. You're welcome to move. If you want to move your chairs to the front, maybe you want to sit on the floor. This is your time to take up the space however you would like. So you can move. Make sure you bring your notebook and your pen with you. Yeah, feel free to move however you would like. Oh, sit down.
Right?
Close. And now that we're settled, and I also want you to know during this session, you are allowed to move, get up. Do not think that you just have to be silent and still and it's going to interrupt. You are fine. I would like to begin by saying thank you to Lauren. When she asked me to do this, I was like, oh my gosh, yes, sign me up. I am there. Tell me what I need to do. And in the process of getting ready, I didn't realize that what I'll be speaking about, I had to also go through. Oh my goodness. And it happened so suddenly, just like life happens. And last week, I had some really life-changing news. The kind of news where it's like, oh, hold on, this is going to change some things, and I'm going to have to rearrange, and I'm not used to this, and this is very unfamiliar to me, and I cried, and it was a lot. And in that moment, as I have so many people that depend on me to be the strong one, to be the one that, oh, I'm going through this, pray for me, or whatever it is. And in this time, I wasn't answering my phone. I was like, I don't even want to talk to anybody right now. I don't want them to worry, I need to handle this. I need to handle this. And I remember one of my best friends called me, and I looked at my fiance, and I was like, no, I'm not going to answer it. I don't want to talk about it. He was like, what? And so I was like, okay. And I answered the phone. She was like, what's going on? How are you? I just busted out crying. And in that moment, I told her what was going on, and she said, oh, she had the resource right there. Something that was going to cost me thousands and thousands. She had the resource. She said, oh my gosh, yes, let me make a phone call. It's just that simple. And I thought about how sometimes we think we have to just go through it by ourselves, or we can't depend on anyone else because we're that person. We're made to feel that we're the one that has to be strong, and we don't want to put that burden on anyone else. And it brings me back to the scripture, cast your cares. And that's something that I have been practicing. I said, okay, cast your cares. And I think about I'm in Texas. My papa used to take me fishing. So we used to cast the, I don't know what word, cast it. And the fish would come. And I was like, okay. And that's the first thing I thought about. So I want us to do a practice where we are going to write down what we want to release, things that we want to cast. What are the cares that you need to cast? What is the hurt that you need to let go of? So I want you to take your paper out of your notebook. You can write on it first. You're going to rip it out when you're done. But on this paper, I want you to write down what you want to release. This is January. This is the best time. I'm not going to bring this in for the rest of my year. I'm releasing anxieties. I'm releasing some fears. Maybe it's some prayers that you have. I want you to write those down on this piece of paper. So take a time, write it down. Maybe it's relationship. Maybe it's someone that you need to release. Maybe it's a situation. I would like you to write it down in this moment. And while you're writing it down, I would just like to also explain exactly what is a sound bath or meditation and how I use it in my practice. Meditation is brought up in the Bible over 23 times. And every time you read about meditation, it's always think on these things. And I feel like for my practice, meditation is the place where we're able to concentrate on the Word of God in a place, in a space that is calming. Because when I'm concentrating and when my mind is on His Word, that's when I know I'm at peace. That's when I know I can rest. That's when I know I can let go. So for my meditation practice, I do incorporate scripture. And meditation for me has been life-changing. It's been such a beautiful, just reset. And the sound comes in a way because a lot of times she talked about how we're on that adrenaline rush all the time. We're constantly going, constantly moving, constantly worried about the next thing. The sound comes in as a tool. It's 432 frequency. And that frequency literally calms down your nervous system. So when your nervous system is at rest, you are at rest. And this is something that a lot of doctors have actually been using as well for sound healing. It can, joints, headaches, pain, it has been known to be an aid in that as well. So when you are in meditation, you also have the sound healing. You're able to just be at peace and rest. Because I know some people look at me, they're like, I can't meditate because I can't keep my mind still that long. I'm like, that's so for you. So continue to write. I'll give everybody a little bit more time. Just write down what you are releasing. Maybe it's a relationship, a job, a worry, a situation that you don't have an answer for. When you are finished, I want you to rip that paper out. And you're going to fold it up as tight as you can. Oh, I'm sorry. Before you fold it up, I want you to give this paper a name. What is it that you are releasing? Is it fear? Is it anxiety? Is it stress? Maybe it's someone's actual name. That's fine too.
I do. I said I'm recording this.
So now that you are finished with that, for those of you who are participating in the practice, I'm going to ask you to do one more step. And just like when we release things, it's a process. It is you have to get up and do something. You have to make that first step. So we are symbolically going to get up and we are going to cast our cares. And it's water in here, and that's just signifying cleansing it. Just let go. I'm casting it away. And you're going to get up, you're going to walk in here, and you're going to say that name. I release whatever the name is you gave it. Throw it in here, and we're going to clap for you. I like how we were kind of aligned. All right. Who's first? I release.
I release baggage.
Y'all should be running. That's all I'm going to say. You should be trying to run. Come on.
I release fear.
I release doubt.
I release fear.
I release resistance.
I release suppression.
I release worry.
I release the small version of myself.
I release anxiety.
I release doubt. Anyone else? Thank you all just for thank you all for being a part of that practice. Because before I begin a meditation, I like to say that before we begin to call in these things, we have to let some things go. And I like to look at it like that closet. Y'all don't want to just kind of pack it in a drawer that's just like, okay, I'm gonna throw that in there. Nobody. But now it's time to clean it out so that way we can now put more things in there, the new things in there. So now that we release that fear, now I can call in that confidence. Now I can call in that peace. So our next practice that we're going to do is breath work. And it's simply just allowing our breath to be our guide and just being at peace with ourselves in this moment. So you are welcome to close your eyes, or you can keep them open, that's fine. And as you sit wherever you are, just simply allow yourself to release tension, to release expectation off of me, off of yourself, off of the experience, and just simply allow yourself to be in this moment. We heard all of the speakers, and we heard how rest is so important, and we heard how putting too much on ourselves and the burden, the heaviness. So in this moment, I want you to close your eyes and simply allow yourself to be able to feel that release. Who am I without those expectations on me? Who am I without those burdens that others have placed on me? Who am I when I'm not in a rush? Who am I when I'm not worried? When you begin to allow your mind to go there, it allows your body to then be at rest. My shoulders aren't tensed up. I'm not tensed up. Because now I can finally be who I'm supposed to be, who I am. So as you allow yourself to be in this moment, seeing yourself, and I always say, I love being in the moments where I can see myself how God sees me. I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. I'm more than a conqueror. So allowing yourselves to be just that. And as you take this time, take a breath in through your nose. And a big release through your mouth. Taking that breath in. And a big release. And on this next breath, I want you to set an intention for your year. Whether that is, my intention is to thrive this year. My intention is to flourish in ways I never have. My intention is to be at peace, leaning not to my own understanding, but simply being. My intention is to create more joy in my life. So as you think on your intention for yourself this year, breathe that in on this next breath. We're going to hold this breath a little longer, and a big release out. Allow yourself to look at your breath as if you are pulling it in from you. So going deep, deep, deep in your nose, inhale. From your belly, we're pulling that intention in and breathing out. And on this next breath, we're going to concentrate on the breath that we are releasing, the exhale. Allow this exhale to symbolize what you have released. Those fears, those anxiety, that stress, those burdens, that lack of confidence, those no's, whatever it is that you know that you do not want to be a part of you any longer. Simply allow this breath to symbolize that. Procrastination, fear, whatever it is. So take this deep breath in through your nose. Going in deep. And a big release out. Taking that breath in. And you're allowed to hear your breath come out of your mouth because you are releasing it. You're releasing that anxiety. There we go. Thank you. Taking that breath in. And a big release out. Deep breath in through our nose. And release. Deep breath in. Holding. And release. And on this next breath in, we're going to hold a little bit longer. And I want you to concentrate on how you are holding on. You're not letting go. Because not only am I holding on for me, I'm holding on for my loved ones. And I love how during the conversation, it was saying how you operate from your overflow. And that was beautiful to me. So I'm not giving of myself, but I'm creating an overflow. So now I'm able to give to others with that. I'm not depleting from myself any longer. So we're going to take this breath in. It's going to symbolize we are holding on. Deep breath in. Hold on to that breath. Pulling in that intention. Holding it a little while longer. Three, two, and a big release. And this time, we're going to make sure that we're holding our breath for ourselves. Not just ourselves, our grandmothers, those before us who maybe weren't able to just be in a space of rest. We're honoring them with this breath. Those before us who paved the way so that now we are able to take these deep breaths in and spend our Monday together, releasing. So taking that deep breath in, holding on. Allowing ourselves to just be grateful for this time, this space. Not being distracted, but simply being present. And a big release out. Now in this moment, during this practice, during this meditation, I'd like you to continue with your breath, however that looks for you, making sure that you're not just rushing your breath, but you're taking those conscious breaths in and out. So as you take your breath in, setting those intentions, and allowing yourself to simply be in this moment. And as you breathe out, allow yourself to release fully, knowing that I do not have to hold on to hurt. I do not have to hold on to stress. It does not have to be a part of me. And allowing yourself to simply know that wherever you are in this time and space, all things are working together. So just simply being in that moment and knowing and surrendering to the season of love, of greatness, of fullness, and speaking to your now faith, and knowing that now you have chosen rest, you have chosen release, you have chosen to acknowledge and start up those conversations that will help you be the woman that you are called to be. So allowing yourself to simply be in this moment, knowing that not only are you calling in this rest, but you are fully worthy of this rest. You're worthy of allowing yourself to live fully in the life that you desire. And knowing that whatever you ask, it is given to you exceedingly and abundantly. So knowing that not only am I worthy, I have the right to ask for it. I don't have to pretend that I don't want something just because I may not get it. But I am worthy to ask for what I need, what I desire. So allowing yourself to simply be in this moment fully. Taking those breaths in and out. And allowing those breaths to symbolize everything that you are calling in and letting go of. So during this meditation, allow yourself to see yourself as your highest, greatest self, operating in love, operating in joy, because we know that joy is strength, operating in that overflow, operating in that abundance that is here for all of us, and knowing that I am worthy of the life that I desire. And the only reason why I desire it so much is because I'm already there. So my now faith is just catching up to me. So allow yourself, as we go through this sound bath, to simply be present. we allow ourselves to take those conscious breaths in through our nose, deep inhale, and a big release. And allowing ourselves to take another inhale just of gratitude for simply being here in this space, in this moment. So a breath in for gratitude, taking that breath in, and a big release. And allowing ourselves to simply repeat these affirmations. I am healed. One more time. I am healed. I am healed. I am loved. I am loved. I am free. I am free. Thank you all so much just for joining me in this beautiful session. I truly hope that you know that you are worthy of rest, of love, and of that healing. So thank you all.
Thank you. Guiding us in that sound bath. Guys, it is time for lunch. I'm sure we are all full. We'd like the rest to fill our bellies and fill our hearts. Warm
Yes.
and is it a self-serving?
Yes, so first of all, we have options for vegetarian, vegan. I know somebody said they needed gluten-free. We have a little bit of everything for everybody. So we have some of the options you'll be able just to open, but it's definitely self-serve. And you will take your plates, the clear plates underneath on your charging plate, and use that to actually serve yourself as well. Before we do, is it okay if we pray over the food prior to? Okay. Heavenly Father, I thank you. I thank you for this safe space. I thank you for safe traveling mercies. I thank you for every family member and business and brand and heart that is represented in this place. So, Father God, thank you for making your presence known before we even got here. And Lord God, we pray over this food and we bless the hands that made it. We ask that you fill us, that you don't give us the itis so we can still pay attention. But we ask that not only does the food fill us, but this entire event and this entire experience continue to fill us, not just today, but moving forward. It's in your name we pray and we thank you in advance. Amen. So my team's gonna go last. Y'all already know. So all the other tables, feel free to serve yourself. All right, guys. So we're about to actually take a lunch break. Feel free to stay on, or you can kind of leave and come back. You guys will still have access to the live event. So after they eat lunch, which is about to be about 45 minutes to an hour, we're going to pick back up with our panel discussion on burnout, and then we're going to follow back up with our last speaker of the day, which is on mental health and balancing that with rest as well. Thank you guys again for being a part of our inaugural release and our first ever team retreat for Cultivate Your Essence. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please make sure you guys get something to eat and then come back and join us, all right? Talk to y'all soon.
Yeah. Still got where they going? Where she going? She going somewhere. Yeah.
Zip code. No, well, it's gonna miss. It's gonna miss 609. Yeah, yeah. Because St. Anne is 609. The men's Illinois.
There's some extra napkins for you ladies. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Y'all finish y'all bottle? Is the food good? All right, that's what I like to hear.
And ladies, if you guys need any more, we got paper towels that's gonna be on the table right here too for you.
Is that an extra plate set? That's an extra plate set.
Y'all saw my email. I told y'all what to wear. You rude. That's why I said we.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know.
The whole thing we need to be.
So,
Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay.
Y'all can grab y'all food. I am. CYE. Kim. Y'all can go. Tasha. It's our time. It's our turn and our time. Like,
Unfortunately, I found it's gotta be a cocktail. It's gotta be a cocktail. Yeah, it's good when you mix it with the Saint Germain and the simple syrup and a little prosecco. It's great. Great. Okay, I'll cheese. Oh, I changed it. Did they cancel your fee? I'm just gonna get myself out. I wasn't in a rush. You know they charge us no lottery. No, because that's the one. You should have had the one time you trained it. It's totally clear. But they were supposed to give you that anyway because it was they said it because
You know, like it just gave me
ma'am.
like
That's what closets are for.
look, girl, the closet got stuff in the closet too. Like it just gave me more room or something. Like I felt like I had options. I had options. Maybe I don't know.
You saw all the stuff I wrote down.
Yeah.
One day. And I said, I don't know what I'm wearing.
Bring everything over to Oh, yeah. That was worth it. Yeah. Yeah. Even though it wasn't no traffic today, but that's still. Oh, I'm leaving now, but I'll be. Not James. Something St. Clair. It's probably like a boutique hotel. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that was it.
On Ontario? Is it on top of something? Sometimes
No, it's so tiny. It's like right on the right.
Okay. What the? No.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it wasn't that. Right. She a lightweight. Process. I didn't want to. Yeah, I didn't want to reach out.
No, we both was like, like, no, family, I'm like, school now. I like the table.
Right. Right.
Videos, I ain't getting no nothing.
No, I got the oh, praise God. I was like,
Can you do a shared album with me? I sent her an email. Come on through if you ever want to say I was in everybody's DMs. I was like, Michelle, you ain't going. They probably left out. And he told me that. You next hell. I didn't say I wanted to, but then it's that cold hit, and I'm like, yeah. Because this morning when I got out, like at 5, I was like, it's fine until the wind comes. Right. That's what that's why I kept sitting by the window. I was like, no, the heat is good. Leave me alone. Please don't ask me to move. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was like, let me just go ahead. Which one flight? Girl, we from here. I had to tell him, like, put your Vaseline on, put your socks on, and then put on another coat, another layer. And I think I just got brushing layers. Just come during the summer. Mind you, she's from Jersey. She just lived in LA for a while, so she got deported. But even still, everybody outside on snowball. Yeah, I didn't like that either. Why? Y'all got acting like that in Atlanta when we left. The way y'all clowned in Atlanta when that snow came, I was like, I've never been around that.
I mean,
It barely covered the ground, but they.
I'll tell you this though. I just knew that I was because it was gonna be no snow. But it was actually snow. I was like, oh, but it was like, oh my god. What about the goose? Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Atlanta is not real for the stuff that they be doing. They just are shenanigans.
Like he was, they were, he was slow too. Like he knew what he was doing. I was like, okay.
You can adjust.
Like, he was like, oh,
I didn't know I was gonna stay for 5. It's different. It's wrong. Like I'm used to. Yeah. They really think they think.
it's so spread out. That's the thing. I didn't realize how like at least like this and then the outer. Right, but even in the downtown, it's like over here and over here. Like it's not. It don't feel connected, right? Like it's no, I'm talking about.
Because all of us be moving there, so that's the problem. So yeah, no. It's interesting. And we all thought we was gonna save money. They got hit the most by inflation. You still get more for your money.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't take that much, but I definitely say it.
Yeah. I paid more than you did. I was in the neighborhood. Well, you in the Mansion in Atlanta? No, but I'm in a nice town.
I was like,
I got a nice town though.
I mean, you're paying for exactly what you got.
Yeah.
You don't like food. You're paying for exactly what you got.
Y'all ladies like the food? Yeah. Say compliments to the chef. Thank you so much. My best friend's husband caters all our events, so the food is always amazing.
What's the name again? What's the name of this?
Can you introduce your business, please? Thank you. Yeah, we're working on it with that.
I like to just do my thing and leave. I like to go. You know what I mean? Like just.
You don't want any business from here?
Yeah, that's fine. Hello, how you doing? My name is Chef Swan. My business name is Chef Swan. My business is 3BF Catering. Three Brothers Bonded by Food. That's what it's called. The reason for the name is that there's two other brothers of mine that cook as well. So they all have their own business as well. So I thought the name was appropriate because that's what we do. We bonded by food. I enjoy cooking. My biggest thing about cooking is just to see people eat and leave. I know it sounds weird, but I'm not one of the people like to be like, what's good, what's good. That was the intention before I left the house.
I am going to email everybody his business information because I'm on him all the time about it, but we're working on that.
Because everybody loses business cards. With the QR code, you just be like,
where is it?
If you got it,
I'm gonna email everybody, and so at the end of today, later, probably give me till Wednesday. You're gonna get everybody's copies of the presentations. You're gonna get copies of everybody's vendors, information, and different little activities to keep up with your rest throughout the year. And because all of you guys attended, we have a post-event 90-minute workshop that I'm gonna be sending you guys information on as well. So we're gonna make sure you cultivating your rest all throughout 2025. I know. I got you. So I asked for those for Christmas, the oversized cups to go with that because I just drink 19 and I'll have that all day long. I don't drink coffee, but I drink tea all day. Tea and water. But they taste. That's almost like He's always, I promise you, chocolate is not at all. And it tastes so much. Really? Now, that look like, but it tastes, you do not have to alright, I thought, shoot, we need to pitch down to girl, I leave it all done. You don't crash it. Where I was in people's DMs. So her face keeps looking. Where is the word? I'm probably like, like I said, like, I'm gonna be like, I'm just trying to wait a minute. Everybody knows how to which is ironic. I'm such a you want me to find you? You gotta have it. It's the charger. Those iPhones stay charged. Always. Everybody. There we go. Really? Okay. You didn't know what yes. That was a very strong, like physically strong person. But she also okay, perfect. So it makes it different. Are you culturally based? It's in window. I am culturally solid. So you know, things that I thought you were my auntie at first, and I was like, wait, because she's from Leisure Thomas. I'm like, wow. And I was like, she's not taking time. And I was like, no. Okay, I found your person. And no, this is what I'm saying. Okay. Okay, we're gonna stay connected. But I'm grateful to say where I could be that was like I was telling my team to sit down and I was like, you sit down. I was like, y'all gonna have to give me the first one. I was fasting all month of December from like 6 to 6. I was just doing water and tea, and so my body is still like okay. I can't because I said I wanted to do those like quarterly or something like that because the downloads that I was doing, the clarity, and whenever I know he's doing things, I didn't tell him anything. So that means I was like, that's what when I was talking to him, we went to shit and it all was Oh, so mean.
And it was planned, and when you do it, you're supposed to we were I wish I was home. It was I was walking around. My friend, he was going to be like, give me the reason. And then by Sunday, I was like, yes, that's the day where I'm like, you know what? This is my first time. But it's just the with the platform that I got, that it made it so much easier. I can send you their information. Okay. Because I kept getting stressed out about that part. I was Googling, because I kept trying to do it almost thinking like, $16.99. Okay. And then like all you gotta do is set up like your YouTube channel on the dash. So it's streaming right now. And and then I could do my Facebook on Instagram. Because now everything for streaming you gotta have software for it. But that one is okay. It was, and I was trying to I know. I hey, get this, hey, get that. Just in the marketing of that, this, and even in the way I had to I was like, yeah, it's like, it's different, and even still, with like the marketing strategy trying to do it, I was just like, hey, ChatGPT can figure this out, and it was just, yeah, because but I am grateful. It turned out exactly how I wanted it to. And this is what stress. It was fun. We just bring it for each other. And I was kind of scared. It's perfect. Yeah, so we had fun. But when I was planning the event, like, they were like, let's move some right. Like, I don't see the top. It was like, well, you can't see every detail from the colors, like, everything. I was like, it needs to be, I wanted y'all walk down to feel like you can breathe. I wanted to luxury. I want showing love. Right. That's why I'm like, I gotta go get that shirt. Far from a little, but that's fine. Far from little, but you know, hey, I'll take that. I will take it. Girl. This is awesome. I don't know nothing about this course. Please don't ask me questions. My friend is like, and I'm not.
No, ma'am. No, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Thank you for honoring my boundaries. Y'all good over here, ladies?
garden and stuff, you still want to come and drink, have a drink. But we're gonna shift from over here to finding a seat over here, okay? So when you guys are ready, give yourself like a little bit more, 10 more minutes, and then we're gonna go get started on back into the minute.
So they're trying to play paper. Oh, we can't. And have one face. Cakes every week. Oh no! And everybody was gaining weight. Everybody, you're home. You're not doing anything. We could watch for a year. We couldn't go English. Everything was closed. No restaurants. At one point, they told us that we couldn't go to the safe zone. Like there's a part that someone had reported living. Yeah. They weren't identified as part of our cause. It was insane. And that thing, everybody started making beautiful bread. Everybody started making sourdough bread. Make the fire those. So, giving yourself grace to don't feel yeah, that's good. Same new concept. It's like he's turns 15 this week. There's so big, so big. And then he's got these texture issues. He's on the autism spectrum. He's smaller. He's like texture issues. Right. But same thing with him. You're in a place where it's hard.
You're always looking out for each other. Thank you.
now it's like, got this on my plate. I put extra where I'm sitting on it, so here they come. I like chicken, so I know that's a plate, that's all right.
Okay, you like that? Yeah. Yeah, that's right near me. So you know. I don't like eating pizza this I like to make home. Yeah. But it's really not that much. It used to be, I feel like a lot of people. Y'all got we'll get there, you know, hopefully. I was glad I actually connected. I was like, oh yeah. My heart is happy on the inside. I'm like, yeah. She gonna be mad. We want to visit her too. Yep.
Hello, ladies, again. How was everybody's lunch? Are y'all feeling good? Are y'all feeling great? Rejuvenated, revived. Before we get started on the panel, there are a couple of thank yous that I want to shout out because, this is a community effort, it's a team effort, but it's the team that cultivates your essence, myself, the people, our vendors back there, and the guests. We have the giveaway winner. She is here today. We have people that saw her on the news. So we have a lot of different walks of life. So it's gonna send out our love. So our first thank you is community goal sponsor with a huge certified public accounting. Please recognize them.
Hold on, we gotta give a special recognition. That's my godfather.
We also want to give a round of applause to Optimal Strategy Consulting. Okay, so I don't know if this person is here, but please don't hurt me about this pronouncing the Titanic. Paris. Behavioral Services. Okay, we got some names here. Tatiana Myers McGee, LCPC of Vietnamese Podcast. All right, and we also want to thank our vendors in the back for joining us on the Wine Winery. The food. The ladies of culture, you're ready. before? And we talked today about release and giving ourselves the permission to rest, giving ourselves the grace to rest. And so that's very important. So after, we have our panelists speak on here, we have been stressing that mantra throughout the day for a reason. Because sometimes you have to literally drill it, put it in stone, and put it in practice. And this is what these ladies are a bit about, this is what the speakers have been about. So the panel discussion today is we're going to be talking about burnout. And again, my name is Casey. And I'm honored to be able to talk to you ladies and be a part of this as well. Again, our discussion today was very important. It's about the burnout. We talked about the rest. So now we have to talk about the burnout. Okay, a lot of us go. We can say we sleep or whatever, but it's important to be able to identify what that burnout is, not just for yourself, because everybody can be different. Okay, so let's talk to these ladies, and you guys can jump in and whoever feels like they have the response first, whatever God speaks to you. Burnout often looks different for a lot of Black women due to societal and cultural expectations. How do you define burnout? What is that? Just trying to take on a lot of responsibilities, whether it's a job, being a caregiver for my father, being a sibling to my siblings, and just trying to support them through a lot of different things and show up at both jobs. That was a lot for me, but all in all, I had with taking on ownership and I also had credit control. Okay, so prior to this time, I had set myself up and arranged some care days for my friend with her family. Oh my goodness. You see who was a power and I was trying to be both. Well, in the midst of my bed decline, I had to move, find a bigger place to break away. Still trying to be there and be supportive of my friend and take care of him. And when I say my body was like, okay, I had to shake it off and pick myself back up. I'm like, no, I can't let myself get to this place. I'm pouring to my clients every day, all day, telling them, no, when your body shut down, and your body is your messenger. It's telling you that something's not right. Okay, you have to listen to it. And if I'm pouring into my clients on a day-to-day to make sure that they are doing what they're supposed to do for self, I had to make sure I was the one doing it for myself too as well. So for me, it was the emotional fatigue. And then after that, the physical fatigue. And that's when I realized that burnout had got the best of me. So.
Did you find it funny how they correlate, right? The mental, the emotional, the spiritual. It's like we think that we can tap out of one and tap out of another, but we really have to figure out how to hone it to make them work together. I'll ask the next whoever wants to speak and whoever you feel. What are the subtle signs of a burnout, and what are often overlooked, especially in high-achieving Black women who are conditioned to push through?
Okay. The first one is tired, right? We always feel tired, but we ignore feeling tired. I think we kind of talked about that earlier. If you're tired, you need to stop and rest. I think that's the first subtle signs, because it's normal. We believe it's normal to feel tired.
Do you guys have any other subtle signs that you have experienced yourselves?
I think when your brain seems foggy and you're starting to forget things, and I think that for me is a big sign, because we tend to put a lot on our plate, and then we think, oh, if I adjust by like writing it down, or I'm forgetting all of this, and then we go back to I need to do more, or I need to shift, when really you need to stop, because now you're sitting and you're allowing yourself to, just like a computer that crashed, like you're steady trying to work the hard drive, right? And some things are starting to, anybody ever had like the computer glitch? Like things start to change. So for me, I think a big sign is forgetfulness, that we look at, we think, what did I do? But really it's what's going on, what's happening for me or to me that's causing this to happen, not what did I do to make it happen, right? So I think that that's a big thing, a big sign of burnout.
I want to add one more thing. Anybody in here going through menopause? Well, perimenopause?
Bonnie, come on.
You have burnout from your everyday life. For example, I work a full-time job, counselor. I'm the mother of an adult autistic son, aging mother, aging uncle. I'm a caregiver. And I'm also in menopause. Menopause will disrupt your life.
Period. Amen.
Sometimes you may not
need you to
realize.
speak up. People can't hear you in the back.
And sometimes you may not realize what is actually going on with you. So Lalandra's talked about memory forgetfulness. That's menopause. But it mimics other things as well. You may have things in your body. You want to get up, you may want to be able to do things, but you can't because your body is tired or your body is aching. That's menopause. So you add the signs and symptoms of menopause with your everyday life, and now you're just out of whack, so to speak. And sometimes when you go to the doctor, you might be misdiagnosed. Menopause really needs to be more studied, and there needs to be more research, especially for women with black women, because it looks different in other women.
Can I please make a comment, because this is hitting too close to home for me. So what she's saying about menopause, if you ladies have you all have gynecologists, I would hope, but I would encourage you to look into seeing a gynecologist that is certified with the Board of Menopause Society, because they are going to have the tools to be able to direct you if you decide to do any kind of HRTs ahead of you stopping the 1 year without having a period. Okay? Because traditional doctors are not going to subscribe to that, and you need to. They're going to help advocate for what you need. So I would recommend that you do that, as well as
Society again, if you don't mind.
the National Menopause Society. And then you can search for a doctor that's close to you with your zip code or whatever. And that's probably the direction you're going to want to go in, because they're going to be able to understand a lot of the stuff that is newly studied, and be able to give you some recommendations that are probably going to be more in alignment with what you want to do. So I'll say that. And the second part of that, I'm sorry, I don't want to. But the other thing I mentioned to some other ladies is that I encourage you all to get a functional health physician, functional medicine physician, because your primary care doctor is probably not going to have your best interest at heart. And because we all know, we've heard that the healthcare industry is kind of all about keeping you sick and managing sickness. It's not at getting at the root cause of what's going on inside of you that's contributing to some of the things. And I am holistic. I am not about medications. So I just encourage you guys. I can give anybody the link that I gave it to a couple people already for a functional medicine doctor, because that's not a primary care physician. Very different in what they're doing to be able to help you with whatever you have coming to the table. They do a full workup of everything that's going on with you, and then they start making holistic recommendations to help you heal. That's not medication.
Is that typically covered by health insurance?
That's the other thing, which is another animal in itself, which is to my core kills me, because it's like, it's not going to be covered for everyone. I said, I'm going to change the world, because at some point it's going to.
Well, please give that information to Lauren so that we can send it out to all the ladies in the email for sure.
Yeah, of course.
For sure.
Yeah, because I was experiencing symptoms, and my regular doctor was not available. So I said, okay, first of all, I get in, I'm sitting in the waiting room. I mean, not the waiting room, but the room. And this doctor comes in, he's a white male in his 30s. My first question to him was, do you have patients who are going through menopause? And he's like, I've had a few. So I kept my appointment with him, and then I made sure I followed up with my regular doctor as well. I
just felt like he couldn't identify what my needs were at the time.
That contribute to your burnout too. Oh yeah. So Nicole wanted to. That's great. Please send us that information so we can. That seemed like a topic that we're all either not, whether we're experiencing now, we will experience. So it's right. Definitely want it. Definitely want the information. So Nicole wanted to touch base on the subtle signs of burnout, and how it often look for you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add frustration to the mix. I feel like I had a supervisor a while ago tell me that anger is often a secondary emotion to something else. So you might be angry, you might be ignoring other signals from your body, like you're sad, you're stressed. All you notice is the anger and how it's manifesting with other people. Like you might be irritable, somebody's like, can you help me find XYZ? And you like maybe you yell at them or you snap at them, and it's like a really small request, but you're tired and you're drained. So I just wanted to add that frustration.
So are you saying that like the snap off, like the go off real quick is a part of like, if you think that it's like the beginning of the burnout or the end of the burnout?
It's towards the end. The pop off. Because it's pop off, right?
Right, yeah.
You just pop off and then you have that moment where you do say like
Crash out like the young crash out.
When we pop off, right? And then it's the part, like you said, it may be small. But to you, it seems so big because in that moment, like we going on, and then that one thing will just like.
Yeah. I think irritability is like the beginning, like you said, like feeling irritable, like no patience, ready to crash out.
Ready to crash out, like she said, she's like, I'll be ready to fight.
Right. And then when you actually follow through with the physical or verbal aggression too is another sign.
And you have those that are functional too. You still showing up. Don't nobody know that you are experiencing this because we are taught to mask all of this, right? Mm-hmm. So it's not till you like to yourself and you just sit still and you like.
Compassion fatigue is the beginning.
Yes, it's just.
Just real quick, too. I also think this interest is also another thing because you start finding yourself kind of isolating, especially if you're the person that's, you like to be out and about or you really connect with your family and you're starting to notice, like, I just don't want to be bothered. Mm-hmm. Even by the things that you usually like to do, that can be a subtle sign in the beginning.
Now, I want to add on to, I have a question that I wanted to add on to that. How would you go about communicating that to somebody? Because you're in the burnout, right? You're in that phase where you're about to crash out and you don't maybe see a loved one and you feel like you're going to do, like, how would you go about communicating, like, hey, I don't have it right now, and you got about one more time, without saying you got about one more time?
I think big, the first communication is with self. Like, because we should affirm ourselves, because when we step in those rooms, the superwoman syndrome, like they think you can handle it. So they may not be receptive of what you're about to say. So like having that conversation to affirm yourself in this, like this is true to me, so this is what stands. And then when you have it, I mean that general thing right there, like I don't have it right now. We can't give what we don't have. And so in those moments, those simple plain words right there, I don't have it right now. Right? And I'm realizing this is what you're asking for, but I'm not able to give it to you in these moments. Mm-hmm. Well, I always tell people, a good thing, if you have a hard time saying no, start to slowly, progress. So check back with me. I'll get back to you, right? But make sure you follow back up, but take that moment to think about it. Because in the moment, how many times have you said yes to something you asked was like, Derek, I don't even think I really want to do it, right? Yeah. The same with checking in with your body, you might need some time. Anybody ever been like in a moment you having fun and then you agreeing to something, you become like, Dad, this schedule really looks packed. Right? So give me a moment, I'll get back to you. Right?
That's fair. That's fair.
It's just simple.
So you talked about also being like the wearing the cape. We talked about that. How does the strong Black woman stereotype perpetuate burnout, and how can we challenge it in ourselves and others? Wow. We can break it down. We can break it down.
I think my favorite statement to my clients is that airplane model, right? If you don't put the mask on yourself first, you cannot save anyone else. If you don't save yourself first. So again, checking in with yourself, making sure you put the mask on yourself first before you try to put the mask on somebody else.
I think we have to always remember whatever you're saying yes to, you're saying no to something else. Or whatever you're saying no to, you're saying yes to something else. So if my yes to you means I'm taking up all the capacity I have, I'm saying no to me. Whatever I need. So I think that's the challenge for so many of us.
One question that I always bring to my clients is, what is it costing you? And I'm not talking about financial costs. What is it costing you emotionally? And if it's costing you too much, then that's something you probably shouldn't be dealing with at that moment. You could always, come back to it, revisit it. But in that moment, it might be too much for you. And acknowledge that. It's okay.
I think to the point of like society, the pressure, right? It's an unspoken expectation for us to show up and always be able to deliver, and not just deliver, but deliver in a way that's receptible to someone else, and that can put a lot of pressure on you because they expect you to walk in and be one point corporate America to be thankful for the opportunity, right? Because who said we supposed to be there, right? So to walk in and be receptive, so it's always an expectation. So realizing that this expectation is not my responsibility to meet, right? Because you made this up in your mind. So when I meet people, you made up what you wanted me to be, and that's not my. For one, that's not my business. I don't even want to entertain it. Right. I don't, right? Because me, not the paper or not the pressure that society or the norms that we see. So a lot of times people leave with a black woman always angry, you always upset, y'all always pop off, right? Within that same breath, you are always, right? Well, a lot of people generalize us to be the person that can do it. And we don't want to do it all the time. So like the choice of like realizing that this is something that is expected, also it's not my responsibility to fulfill your expectations.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, well, that goes into understanding the burnout. Like, let's talk about some personal reflections. I mean, you talked about your own dad, things like that, and how you went through that. Does anybody else have a personal experience where they experienced a burnout? What were your early warning signs within that burnout that you can recognize now? Hindsight is a thing, right? Hindsight is a thing, but now we're past it. What would you say?
Well, I wanted to kind of go back to the subtle signs. How about the not so subtle signs? Okay, so
That's it.
For me, because I'm just used to going and being so performative, what I found was myself in urgent care with a BP of 165 over 92. And I have never been diagnosed with hypertension. Nothing happened, something happened right there and upset me. None of that happened. My head would not stop hurting. So I went, and they were concerned. So when I saw my primary care a few weeks later, my BP was normal. So she said, Kim, you don't have hypertension. What is going on with you? So thank goodness I have a great primary care because she said, and look, I'm a life coach, okay? I believe in mental wellness and therapy and all of that, but sometimes like us black women do, we taking care of everybody else and you don't know you are about to die. You're not gonna be here to help anybody else, you know what I mean? So, they put me with a whole care team. And really though, because my blood pressure was so high, and nothing happened to trigger that event, that's what made me get help. Right. That was, so that's why I'm like, it was not a subtle side. It was like, boom, so yeah.
Okay. Anybody else want to share?
I'll say for me it was a lupus diagnosis when I was like 18. And growing up, the family dynamic was very much like school is important. You want to like have a successful career. You want to have a successful future and all of that. So I really didn't prioritize my health when I was younger. I didn't really sleep a lot. I feel like when I was sick, they were like, go to school. Yeah. So honestly, like just getting that diagnosis was just a very big wake-up call to slow down and take care of yourself. I wish it was a message that I knew before that and not like after and in response to that. But lupus is something that really does affect Black women and Hispanic women. The causes are still unclear, unknown, but there can be some systemic factors, I'll say, that are probably contributing to that. as well. So I think collectively it's important to not ignore your health, your body, just because chronic illness is a very serious thing. You don't want to stress your body. You don't want to end up somewhere.
You only get one.
Yeah, you only get one life essentially. So I feel that was just a very early wake-up call early on. I'm still kind of young, but
Okay. Can I share one? I know I'm asking the questions, but I think I have one that might help. So we talked about family. Somebody was talking about their family and how they disconnected from their mother. Me and my mother have a great relationship, but me and my older sister don't. It was kind of one of those things where my older sister is 11 years older than me. My mom had her when she was 16 and had me 11 years older. So 11 years later. So it was like, okay, here's this other girl. My sister's dealing with her own trauma with my mom by like leaving her with my grandmother, things like that. So it kind of trickled down to me and my brother and all that. So our relationship became very strange. In course of that, me understanding as I get older, now I'm learning forgiveness, things like that. My mom was still putting a lot of pressure. You're the one. You're the one. You have to do it. They're not going to do it. You're going to have to do it. And I had to make her realize that like that's a lot of pressure on you. You're allowing them to just be, but you're on me all the time. And then it was like a weird dynamic because she was like that. It was always, if something didn't go the way that was like her golden child went, it was a guilt trip behind it. It was never just like, oh, Casey can just be and she can breathe. And I remember it was one instance where she did something to me and kind of like turned it around and threw something in my face, opposed to like, well, family is this, and this my friend of mine. I asked her to do something, she did it, and I said, "How dare you?" And I don't cry. I'm not a crier at all. Like I'll go and write my journal. I'll be mad internally, but I don't cry. And I remember letting out this yell so loud that my best friend comes in the room and she's like, "I've never in the 20s ever seen like that." I couldn't get off the floor. Because I felt like all of the things that I had on my back, and I thought I was like, I'm doing it, I'm holding, and I had to realize I'm holding her weight. I can't even, although the push was probably a good thing because I am where I am today, I can handle stuff like that, but I didn't realize what that weight was on me all these years between the hate from my sister, or what I thought was hate, but more so wrapped in her trauma because of my mom, her trying to, and it was crazy because you got that release. It's weird too, right? After that, it was like a process of that. So that would be one of my examples, but that I never experienced that kind of crash out, and I didn't realize what the burden and the weight I was carrying. I was just pushing through because I was like, okay, I guess I have to do it. Nobody else is going to do it. I'm going to do it. So that was one of mine, and I appreciate you guys' stories because we don't get to talk about this all the time because of that strong Black woman, stereotype. It's like I can't tell you what's going on with me because then you'll know my tea, and it's like I need somebody to know my tea because I need help. We're gonna say something.
Well, you kind of stopped on a good note for me to transition because my support system, my mentor, my friends that understand like my career and what it means to me as well as my life and how to keep those separate, they help. A lot of times we take on roles because we're the one, right? I made it, I'm the one, I have these tools. So for me, I became a therapist, and unless you do not want to be successful in your career, you need to work on your own mental health. So I began to gain so much self-awareness and undo and unlearn some things that I had learned in the past from trauma. And my sisters, I wanted them to be on the same page as me. So now they're calling and I'm talking and I'm listening and I'm being there and I'm supporting. And I'm the youngest of four. And we were raised off of survival, right? We took on roles as, my sister raised me, she was 21 when my grandma passed. So she took on that role and she had to grow up raising me. So then it was an obligation, I had to pay her back, right? And sometimes I think also a big thing, just feeling like the survival remorse, right? Yeah. And in the sense of like not someone dying, but I made it. So now what do I do to show you all and bring you here because I owe you, right? And I had to, my therapist told me once, she said, you can't crawl up the stairs and plant your feet at the same time. The sacrifices that were made for you were choices. And you have the option to not live in those choices or those sacrifices because you have a different life. So because someone sacrificed for me, why am I now sacrificing? Where am I going to go? If I continue to try to pay them back, the sacrifices are there for no reason, right? They did it for nothing. I'm sitting here pouring back and doing something that I don't have right now. So it's really big to. It was good for my friends to hold me accountable, my mentor too, to say, you're tired, like what's happening? Because sometimes you don't realize, especially when you're doing something to help someone else, and then it's meaningful. So I was exhausted. The phone was ringing, I was answering, I was listening, I was talking. And then in the end, I'm like, this is not fair for my career. It's not fair for myself. I had to stop. So I had to learn. So now my sister called like, all I have to do is answer and breathe. She's like, oh, yeah, I know you have a client in like an hour. Yeah, get off the phone. Right? That's what we are. At first, it was like me reminding. It's a constant reminder of boundaries or re-identifying yourself to them, who you'll show up as. You might go in a room with family events. I had like clients that tell me like, I'm not showing up because so-and-so's going to be there. You have to learn to maneuver around. Sometimes just don't go, but if that's an avoidance thing, let's practice some new things. We can reintroduce ourselves every day. I could wake up tomorrow and say, I'm not going to be this person to you today. Right? It's a choice, and I had to realize that.
Well, it's funny that you said that.
I was just going to ask a question. Can I ask how old are your siblings?
So I have me and my sister 10 years apart, so she's 43. My other sister's 40, and my other sister, 2 years apart, she's 35.
Was there ever any issue with them like listening to you because you're the youngest?
In terms of what?
Just meaning from your skill set after having gotten where you are now as a therapist.
It was very hard for them to listen, but also it was very hard for me to speak up too, because my sister had raised me. So how dare I say something, right? How dare I set this boundary? Because in the house, right, when you raise, you listen to your older siblings. So it was. Yeah, and they'll call, and they might listen, but they're gonna go do their own thing. My sister told me the other day, we bump heads sometimes, but we come back and we resolve it. My sister told me she said, you can't tell me nothing about being a parent, right? And it was like, at the end, she texted me back like, I apologize. But also, it was a learning curve for them too, because they were helping me grow up. Right. So now it's like, on the other end, I give them grace because we're the big sister, we protect. What are you doing? So it definitely was a challenge.
I was going to say, another thing is I find a lot of times, you guys all kind of said that, but I feel like everybody learns at a different pace. And a lot of people are just not in that space of introspection. You're not trying to see, or you're not even there where you're trying to see, and it's like, girl, whatever. Like, that's kind of...
It's a journey, right?
Yes.
Because I didn't get here willingly. Right. I'm going to just say forcefully because of my career. I'm going to just be frank and be honest. Yeah. Right? It was like, sometimes you have to this was what it was, like the push. So they're just, this not their career. I'm not supposed to know. It's not it.
Well, it's a great segue to the next question. You talked about, I'm going to say the question. I remember what you said, but she asked the question. But what is one myth about self-care of burnout recovery that you think Black women need to unlearn?
Spend the money.
Oh, that retail.
I've been enjoying it though.
Have you seen one that in your practice? I'm sure with all your clients, y'all have y'all powwows. Is there like a common one that you guys hear, that you guys talk about? Whether it's do as I say. Go ahead, Lauren.
One of the biggest things that I notice with a lot of my clients is kind of just like it goes back to that poverty mindset. If I did not have it, now that I have the means to do so, it's kind of like if I'm feeling anxious, I can buy me something. It just makes you feel better. Like I had that really bad. But it's some of those type of things that we see often. But one of the biggest things too is just kind of like, okay, you felt good in that moment. Kind of like when you eat something in that moment, but then you feel bad because I did not have the money to spend it. I sat up there and did that. So it's kind of like, you get that satisfaction in the moment, but then what are the other consequences emotionally that you're going to feel? And not just emotionally, physically, if we are emotional eaters, financially, if you know, you spend all that money, now you're like, man, how am I gonna pay for this stuff, right? You already missed that 30-day mark to return that stuff, right? So it's kind of just
Still plead your case.
this is something I know. Klarna, after paying everything else, it's kind of just like we use those sometimes as emotional crutches that gets us through that day. But what a lot of times it's a trauma response. So it's just something that we have to be more mindful of. But that is definitely something we see a lot in the practice. At least in my, well, yes, a lot in the practice.
Yeah.
Using your relationship as a crutch as well, dumping it all on that person, or actually spending time with that person to make yourself feel better. That's another one. We all kind of do that and don't even recognize it, right? Like, that's gonna make me happy. But like Lauren said, in that moment it might, but then you think about, should I have actually done that?
I kind of want to piggyback off that. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Because I think a lot of times I see that with our mothers. They pour so much into their children. And then when their children are living their own lives and they go against that, it's like, I poured all this. Well, that was your choice and that was your responsibility. But a lot of times, because you did not take the time to create a life for yourself, and you put so much into your children or your job or other things, when it does not fulfill you in that same way, or when they kind of outgrow what you have done, you're still left with yourself. And a lot of times it's that vulnerability with ourselves. It's kind of like we try to do our way instead of just sitting still, instead of being mindful, instead of just being honest about, I got to deal with myself. Because I don't think a lot of us dealt with that until COVID hit. And you couldn't run away from yourself. So all those thoughts and emotions, no, you had to sit down. Everybody was on timeout. Right? So after you come off timeout, it's like, okay, shoot, now I actually got to deal with some stuff. Right? So just to kind of piggyback.
It's on.
At what point do you, and I think this is my realization, even though I said I'm always ready for a fight, I prefer not to. I felt like in that moment I had to. Because what I find often in some settings, like when women get to vent, they turn into the victim. And it's like, so at one point you're gonna put her, when are you gonna put her in her place? When are you gonna put this person in their place? And so for me, it was like, you know what? I'm gonna flip the table. But after that, so like when we talk about what are some signs of burnout, what but what are some signs of peace? Sometimes I'm about to set everything on fire, and then when it dies down, my peace, now there's the calm. But I had to blow this up. Sometimes. So I feel like that's something that, because we don't want that reputation of popping off and stuff like that, then you think that you're keeping the peace by not putting your mother-in-law in her place. Now, do me a favor, when she comes here, bring it to me. I'm going to handle this, and going forward, this is what's going to happen. Because if my home is my sanctuary, if my home is not my sanctuary, then can't nobody do it. How about nobody can come do that?
Absolutely. Well, that actually is a good segue to the next question, because the next one is the tools and strategies, right? We're going through a process here. Many women feel guilty about prioritizing their needs, right? How can we overcome that guilt and embrace rest and make it a necessity, not a luxury?
Just paying attention to yourself. When you prioritize yourself, you know what you need. Okay. A lot of times, like we talked about earlier, setting boundaries. We have to set boundaries with those in our relationship dynamics, whether it's family, friends, or our children. Okay. If you cannot do it, don't set yourself up to do it. Don't overextend yourself. So I think that just prioritizing you is most important, and that boundary piece is going to be forever something that you have to put into your daily to-dos.
Adding yourself to your priority list. Most people keep a calendar. You have 1,000 things on that calendar, but are you on there? You make time and space for everything. You have to be intentional with that.
The people in the back. I'm just saying, put yourself on your own priority list. You know, everyone keeps a calendar. Yes. Why aren't you on it?
Listen.
Or why do you have to put yourself on your own? If you make time and space for everybody else, why not you? Why are they so important and not you? Just ask yourself, where am I in all of this? Yeah.
I think for me, I've had to give myself grace and let myself know that I serve everyone. I should be served too, right? If it's not serving me, then I need to let it go and find a space to where I can be served too.
For me, it's sad that it got to that point, but it was my health, and I knew. And you know, I'm a single woman. I have no children, and I live far from all my friends and family. And my only thought was, what if I'm dead in here? I don't want my mom and my dad to find me like this, right? So for me, I was like, no. And I released constructs, everything that was not serving me. I released it very quickly because I want to live. I don't want to just survive. I want to thrive. So for me, the way I do the self-care, I'm not playing any games with me. I know a lot of times, you know, we tell people, I ain't playing with you. Stop playing with yourself. That's the one you can't play with is you. You know what I mean? And so for me, what I do, my mornings are slow. Now, they used to be very like, no, everybody can, on that email, you'll hear from me tomorrow maybe. You know what I mean? The work will still be there. Whatever it is, the family, especially, like, you know, I don't know how many women in here are single and have no children, but if you're that person, everybody thinks you're available. Everybody, and that, for me, that was a big part of my burnout and exhaustion. And I had to push back with all the, you know, my parents and, it wasn't so much them, it was them aunties and them uncles.
Oh, it's always the aunties.
You know what I mean? And I had to let them know, I'm like, look, stop asking. Reach out to one of your kids or your grandkids. It's just me over here. If I don't do it, my stuff don't get done. They can have 5 other people to call, but they know Kim, she gonna. And I'm far away from everybody, but I always get it done. Always get it done.
But isn't
Yeah,
it crazy?
I do that no more. I get it done for me now.
Going back to what you were saying, piggybacking off of that, isn't it crazy to think that, okay, because I'm single, because I don't have children, that my time is your time?
No.
I'm not on your time. Like, we're not on, you're not on your time, and I'm busy. Because I have the time to do what I want to do.
But I don't think that. I'm busy. Yeah, that's still your stuff.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Go ahead. Oh, she's not.
Oh, I'm just the opposite because I have my own home-based business. So I work from home. So I get calls from my husband. You think I'm his private secretary? My children, my sisters, you know, everybody calls me because, oh, Jackie ain't doing nothing. She works from home. She ain't doing nothing. Right. So that's I'm just the opposite of you. And that's how I got this burnout.
I think a big thing too is like meeting yourself where you are. Because we start off with this right when we leave here. I always, when I leave little power meets power moments, you have this grand plan, right? But starting off with where you are and meeting yourself where you are. And like not putting the stipulations in place of now I can engage in self-care. Right? Like we have to earn it. No, this is a right. And it keeps me fueled, it keeps me healthy enough to wake up. So that is something, I had to meet myself where I was. Because in my mind, I want to live this big luxury life. So bliss is 5 days away, right? But I had to meet myself, some of the smallest things, waking up and checking in with myself and seeing where I am. Playing my music and, like you said, not touching that email because it definitely some of those small things, right? Like taking my break and stepping away. I would say I would be back to the computer for an hour because I work from home and sometimes in the office, but the days when I'm at home, I don't have to be in traffic, so why am I rushing to do stuff? I'm at home. Let's make the most of that time. So learning your schedule and realizing where you are can help you. So then we don't set these unrealistic expectations, and then we set ourselves up for failure. I didn't do it. What did I do this week? what can I do? Lauren said, I said check your battery, your percentage when you wake up. Like on a weekly basis, what does this week look like, and what can I do in this week for myself? And if you're doing more for others than yourself, we're gonna have to check it. And I'm not saying, it's an imbalance. Like I'm not saying equal work, right? Because you might not need that much that week, but you do balance.
I got a comment when she's done. I just have a comment. Keep y'all phones on do not disturb.
Do not disturb.
Wait,
I'm not
let me tell you, the weekend in the best. I just want to share a quick story. So my husband, I've been same man 11 years, married 5. When I first met this man, his phone used to be on do not disturb. And you know how we do. So I'm like, what you, what?
Not in your face.
Like, wait, hold up, right? But he called right back. Like if I call or something, he called me right back. And I'm like, what is up with this phone do not disturb thing? So married him and everything, still the man that I loved. It's not a trust thing. And he said to me, and this has stuck in my brain ever since he said it to me. At first I was like, about 6 years ago, like, what the? And he said, your urgency is not my emergency. And when I tell you, when I heard that and it hit me, and I was like, oh my God. I get it though. I totally get it now. So I respect that at the utmost. So if you cannot, whoever that is, they will figure it out. If you still have issues telling people no, when your phone ain't on, what they gonna do? Wait, right? Oh, I called you the other day. Right. I called you the other day. Oh, I was busy and I was in a meeting or something. I couldn't get my phone back. Whatever you saying, or if you're gonna give them a straight story. If you feel like you got to answer it.
So I heard some. Oh, you want to make the We also talked about this earlier too. Like some of us have multiple jobs, and when you take a day off from one, take it off from the other one too. I said, "Oh, girl, that's it."
A question. This has been very enlightening, but it's also been very convicting too. So I know, and this is a safe space. I know my daughter has mommy issues, okay? And I'm responsible for creating some of those as I'm taking the time to reflect and say, okay, because I just did not know, right? So I'm saying, but.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Thank you for acknowledging that. That's good.
Yeah. But now, and she's like around a lot of your ages, but I know she's experiencing burnout. But because she doesn't necessarily, I don't want to listen to you because you don't know, right? So how do you? I know she has this burnout, and she would benefit from having therapy, right? But how do I tell her in such a way that she may be receptive? Do I say, okay, I signed you up, go, right?
No. Because it won't work if they don't want to work it, right? It won't work if they don't want to work it.
Yeah.
I have to be willing and wanting.
How do I get her to the point of being willing?
It might not have.
She may not be ready.
But she is facing burnout, so it's going to be that, or it's going to be you're going to wake up in the hospital.
That may happen.
Introduce the idea.
I work with teenagers, right? So a big thing for me is giving them choices and hearing what they say. So like if you don't want to do it my way, right? Like these are some things I'm concerned about this. I'm hearing this, I'm seeing this, right? And through experience, with your experience or, things that you've learned, educating and then saying, okay, this is my way, but how do you think? The first thing I say is, what do you think will help you get to a better space? How can I help? And then when it starts to go on, right? Sometimes you don't know, but sometimes maybe what you're saying is something that she knows. And the empowering piece is her admitting it for herself, right? Because you could tell you mama, right? Like it's big. Still,
I know you better than you.
Right? I created shit.
Right. But and then also she saw you in the past not do it, right? Because she may have saw you in the past not do it, right? Maybe you were superwoman. So giving her that power to say, this is what I need. This is the plan, and you go from there.
Thank you.
It's my opinion, but I'm a minister. God says say it. There is a point, and I don't know if you're a woman of faith, but it's a point where you don't say anything to anybody, or even your daughter, but you say something to him I'm in a process of learning about deliverance. I'm in a process about warring in the spirit for our loved ones. We don't take the time to warn the spirit for them. When you know as a mother she's burning out, you need to cry out to God to bring her to that place of willingness. Because the spirit can be willed, but we have to access the power to will that spirit unto her to get the help that she so needs. Yeah.
Yeah. So once you talk to God and you tell him about what's happening with her, right? Tell her about today. Once you get the okay from him first, right? Tell her about your experience today and what you learned about burnout. So what do you think about that? Do you think that that might be part of something that you might be experiencing, and then say, well, I know some wonderful ladies who can talk to them.
You know, and that's interesting because I'm going through an intercessory prayer class right now, so I have it up on my prayer wall. I have like this photo that says there's power in prayer, and I put whatever my requests are, I put it on post-it note, and I put it on that wall. So that's relationship. But had not I come here, even if I had been online, I would not have received all of this information. So it was good. So he led me to the right place. So
All right, we're gonna take this her comment, and then we'll circle back after the next segment.
Just speaking from what I'm going through also, and what I think what everyone keeps reiterating, you can't kill yourself trying to save somebody else. So make sure that you're not putting so much energy and so much worry and so much stress into her wellness that you're creating more anxiety and stress for yourself, because then you're no good to yourself or her. And from my experience with my mother, who always tried to please and fix everybody, she's constantly worried. She's constantly in a state of anxiety and panic because she's trying to fix or heal. And even in her prayer, just that constant anxiety about everybody else instead of just letting it go to God or to the universe or whomever. Because there's only so much that not only you can do, but that you should do. Because otherwise it becomes this whole other, because this is from experience, it becomes this whole other codependent thing where this person is then looking to you as a crutch. Like they're not feeling bad and they're calling you because they need your help. And then you're emptying yourself, putting all this energy into how they feel, while really you just need to let it go.
Breathe.
thank you.
I saw you peeking. Go ahead.
And just to piggyback off of what she was saying, just that strong prayer. Sometimes when we worry, we're actually sending that person, instead of sending them the energy of, you know what, I know that God will make a way for you. What does the word say? So I've prayed already. So now it's time for me just to be in preparation. Thank you, God, for letting her see it. Thank you for her testimony. Instead of sending those worries, sending her that it's already done.
That's a good one. All right, we're gonna wrap this up. We want to, we're gonna leave it to you guys asking them some questions. We're gonna take about 3 more questions, and first, we just want to say thank you to these ladies up here. Give them a round of applause. They are here for you guys to answer your questions. Utilize them. You guys got the ticket. You know what I'm saying?
And they are all accepting new clients as well. So feel free to go.
Lord, I was getting there. Let me do what I do. Yes, these ladies, I think that also too, being Black women, having Black women that look like us to have those conversations. Even this has been somewhat of a therapy session, because would we have been in the same room any other time? Would we have met these people any other time? Like you said, God has put us all here together, and these women have gone to school. They have beat the toll. They are a percentage in their field that we need more of. So the fact that they are here and giving,
we take up 4.3%.
Wow.
That's the whole entire mental health field.
Yep. Wow.
And that's only as clinicians in therapy.
Wow.
And then if we break it down from there, we're probably only as Black women therapists, probably not even a whole percentage.
And you guys have 7 right in front of you.
I know.
So we're gonna take a few more questions, and then we're gonna wrap it up and take a quick break after, and we're gonna do our last segment for the day because we don't want to lose the daylight. So if anybody has any other questions, this is the time.
I got one quick question. The therapist had talked about menopause. So, if you, I have two daughters. One, she's experiencing perimenopause, and so she doesn't know what's going on. But by me going through it, I'm able to help her. But now that I'm past menopause, but I'm still having those same symptoms, I'm called hot mama because I'm always hot. I'm always hot. I'm always having moments. Don't have the patience for things anymore. What do you suggest for women that are experiencing perimenopause and sort of in between postmenopause? Yeah.
Perimenopause and postmenopause. First of all, understanding that it is beyond your control because it's hormonal. Mm-hmm. And once you understand that piece, then you can go to the next phase. What is it that I can do? You see your doctor. Also fall into what are your specific signs or symptoms that you're experiencing, so you can address those. Because some of them may mimic ADHD. Is your cognition off? Where's the brain fog? So some of those things, like when you're in therapy, we can do CBT, cognitive behavior therapy.
Okay.
Mindfulness, breathing exercises, and sometimes, although breathing is natural, we may not actually be breathing.
True.
So do you need to just pause for a moment, take some deep breaths? So if you've forgotten something, take some deep breaths. Bring yourself back to the present moment. What was it I was thinking about? What is it I need to do? Do I actually need to rest right now? What am I feeling in this moment? Was it emotional or physical? But therapy can help you, give you some of those coping skills.
I know for me, I always know that I'm not in an equilibrium when my hormones are off. So I know, like, for me, diet, exercise is very important when it comes to like my endocrine system. Getting up, working out, making sure my diet is balanced, help me manage some of those perimenopausal symptoms as well.
Can I add something to that?
Stay hydrated. Yes.
Can I add something to that? And ladies, be careful with the stuff you're putting on your body. Because that is, we don't want to get all of these, this bad estrogen and stuff in us. I mean, I highly recommend, which is another thing that's not covered, but getting a Dutch test so you understand where you are with having a Dutch test.
What's that?
Well, it's a test that'll show you how much bad estrogen you have inside of your body versus what you have that's good.
Because I don't know, a lot of Black women, if you've had birth children, you have a problem with your pelvic floor, which means that sometimes having intercourse, it hurts. And so a lot of women, especially both of my daughters, experience pelvic floor. And I guarantee you, my mother probably experiences as well. So it's been like a generational type of thing, but that we didn't know about. And my mother never talked about, having those things, feel like your floor, things about to fall out your bottom. It's like, what in the world is this?
Physical therapy treatment.
Yes, I know. My son is a physical therapist.
All right. We have time for one more question, and then we're going to take a quick break. Does anybody have another question?
So when we talked about the mommy issues, and this is like no disrespect towards you. So something that I heard you say was, what I want to tell her is that she needs this, she needs this, she needs this. You said she needed everything but her mommy, is what I heard. I didn't hear that part. And like when you experiencing like burnout, and like, I don't know, and like I'm a mom, I'm 43, I'm a mom of 3. And the anxiety of like when I'm burnt out and my mom would come to my house, the anxiety kicked in because it's like, what's going on here?
you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. I could have just used my mom in that moment. So I had to say that to her. Like, I can go to therapy, I can talk to everybody here on this couch, and it's going to all turn back around to, I just needed my mom in that moment. So I wanted to just, I guess, encourage you, like, she probably just needed her mom.
Sometimes we need to know what I need my mommy means, right? Yeah. What does that mean?
Yeah,
What does that look
sometimes
like?
and like for me, my son is in college, his first year, and he went. I'm a fixer. Naturally, I already know what to do. This is what you need to do, son. Let me give you 1, 2, 3. But I flew him home, and I just said, let me hold my son. As big as he is, he's super tall, but he needed his mommy. Went back home, went back to school after the weekend, and nailed the semester. You get what I'm saying? So I didn't call his uncles. I didn't say call your daddy. I didn't say do none of that stuff. He just needed his mom. So I think we as moms too, like we need to recognize and like if we're gonna pray and ask God, we cannot say how much we talk to God and then deny the power of when He speaks back to us that we have to actually obey. So like sometimes it's you actually need to humble yourself, even though they're your children. You may need to humble yourself and like apologize or just sweep the floor, fold the clothes, whatever it is that if she's experiencing burnout, she probably don't need you to tell her what she needs to do. She probably just needs her mommy. And that
I appreciate that. Yeah, I've stopped telling her what she needs, so I may say that here, but I'm not telling her that because I realized I needed to pull back. I needed to pull back, but when you say it like that, I'm not sure if I necessarily understood that, right? Because she's even said that, but I didn't really reflect upon that. But I would go and I would be there, and I would not be that mommy. I would just be there, and I would just, okay, we're going to spend some time together, we're going to do this, without even saying that, that's just unspoken. We still have our, but I really appreciate you saying that. I need to be mommy more, just not the mommy from the past.
Well, ladies, take 10 minutes to gather. If you guys need to use the bathroom, we're gonna go back over to your regular seats, grab a water, use the bathroom, stretch your legs, and we will be back shortly.
And ladies, I'm gonna pull some of you guys aside so we can get some one-on-one testimonials so we can record this as well. So if I take you to that church finger and just come meet me where I need you to meet me.
I have some already, so you don't have to go to the ones that I have.
Okay, cool. I still want to get some more though.
No, I'm saying if you want if I can send them to you if you didn't want to double.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
good.
If you want to double people, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
who
saying.
did you get? So I can get a picture of it. That's what I'm saying. It's like so people not saying the same thing. It's like her, them two, and then your friend. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Can I actually get you?
Oh, look at y'all being all vulnerable and stuff. Thanks for that information. And then I get her.
Of course, no problem. Really? I'll turn up like, woo, your voice. I looked at your phone. I was like, oh, I might need to hire. Or you know what? This will be good. So, how was your experience coming here today? What made you hold on. Tell us how you got here.
Don't say
What made you? Oh yes, you bet. Sure. You don't need to listen. You don't have to struggle in silence. Because the first thing she made a good point about the doctor. The first thing they're going to try to make you think is you're crazy. First and so have a good day. That would be my answer. That's why you're not going to confidence. I could be. I started going through those symptoms a year ago.
What's slow? Well, we can slow down now. Today, tomorrow's gonna be cold.
Oh, really? I was looking forward to it, to be honest with you. I already had it. See, you heard what I said. We got movies. We got movies.
I don't think the kids, I don't think some of the kids are fascinated. Now, remember life in school, working your things. That's what I was doing. Watching my kids do school, working my things. But it's my purpose. Second grade.
My mama was like that, and she still is, but I had to, when I realized that she did to me, she was doing to my son, day and night.
Check it out.
No, we don't ever cross over. And then it was like, she's still doing
I just had it. I know.
We're gonna say no. Absolutely. Laura, before you get to her,
Oh, she's what she is.
all right, Alicia, can you resend me that stuff? Yeah.
It's a great question. Oh, it made you think a little bit.
What made you attend today?
Well, I should explain. I did it once.
What's one of your biggest takeaways from today?
The biggest takeaways that we talked about versus understanding what you put in. She talked about you had to get up like you. And I think that no matter how much
Guns blazing. I'm a military. Yeah, I can do that.
you're gonna always go back to it.
Y'all know how quick to talk sometimes. I really never do.
We have to realize that we are
We was there for 3 weeks. It was
So when I saw you, I was like, oh. Because see, but that's been on my mind for years. I just
I don't see no one wants even know these issues. Because they don't know how to deal with that. Everybody like, but they don't
Clock it. We have to get together.
Oh, let's take a picture. On social media. Sometimes you sometimes.
Sometimes, very sometimes.
I'm loving this color. This I feel like it is blue. I saw that card because that's what I did my first but it was that was somewhere in it was somewhere. I think that was my goal. Things. So that's all.
I was singing like.
And the payments was fun that you bring those snacks and stuff. Yeah, so we actually brought our own. Tipsy Peyton. Be careful.
I'm really hoping, and I'm hoping y'all get out of here before the sun starts to really set, because then it starts to get real cold. Get home safe.
I will. See you later. All right. How we feeling, ladies? All right, how are we feeling? Everyone's feeling good? Great. Relieved. All right, we're gonna introduce our next speaker. She is also a remarkable professional who's dedicated to transforming lives through her expertise in mental health. We're going to invite Dr. Jessica Love Jordan, LCPC, CADC, NCC. These ladies got all the titles and I'm here for it. She's a leader in the field of counseling and clinical care with passion for empowering others, which shines through everything she does. So let's give it up for Dr. Jessica Love.
Thank you for the lovely bio. Hi. Now, if I were to ask you, how do you feel? Show of hands, how many people would say good? How many people would say fine? How many people would say okay? All of those are evaluations of how you feel. Good, bad, okay, indifferent. That's an assessment. How do you actually I'm not shout out once. Yeah, that's a different question. It is. My clients can say, okay, that's, but how do you actually feel?
Want to say?
Somebody knows.
Let the non-therapist answer first. How is that? Light? Okay. I'll take that. How about an emotive check-in? A feeling word. At this point, I would usually break out my wheel of emotions or my list of emotions.
I was about to say a little bloated from all the food. A little sleepy.
Okay. So can we say relax? Yeah. I'm so calm. Okay. I'm calm.
Especially after today. I'm calm, because I was stressed earlier.
Calm. Okay. Well, won't be a cure-all, but at least a good start. So some housekeeping things. I can be a little chatty. My side job is an educator, but I like it to be more conversational. So there are going to be points of reflection, points of discussion that I'll ask you all to take part in. I also get a little anxious energy, so you may see me walk around. If at any point you have questions or something that you feel would kind of support what we're talking about, or some insight that might help somebody, feel free to jump in. Church leader works. Other housekeeping things. Confidentiality. If you've been in a therapy session, you know that counselors are held to confidentiality. I'm going to ask that you all offer that same type of privilege to everyone in this room. Meaning, what we talk about here stays here. Yeah? With that, whatever you leave here, whatever you release here, don't go picking it back up as soon as you walk out. I'll know. So, my time today is talking in part about the concept of high-functioning depression and anxiety. So we'll start the front half with the technical stuff, because I feel like the more we know about the things that we deal with, the better position we are to be able to manage and ideally prevent it, right? So that's what we'll tackle on the front half. Back half, as long as I don't talk too much and we still have time left, we'll look at some practical applications. How do we apply? What can we do with this knowledge? Sound good? Yes. I mentioned I was an educator. So sometimes I get a little jargony. If at any point you're like, that's the way you talked about, feel free to say that. So I need to stay in one place. So when we say high functioning, I think it's kind of funny. What does it actually mean to have a high functioning mental health disorder, when the very premise of a mental health disorder is something is disorderly? There's some level of dysfunction somewhere. So it could be a little misleading, leaving us with the impression that because I'm still functioning, everything's fine. But is it? That's my favorite little meme there. But that's how it is when we're in that high functioning space. There's something happening. Something is amiss. But because we're able to push through, it feels like everything is fine. I say that's more of a mask. And we've kind of talked about today some of the origins. Did it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's working.
It's working. You just got to press down.
That'll do it. You know, technology. But we kind of talked through how we get to a place of having high functioning depression or high functioning anxiety in different bits and pieces today. So if we look at it historically, particularly with Black women, historical tropes, misogynoir, and intersectionality.
What are those?
I'm glad you asked. So historical tropes, the mammy, the Jezebel, the welfare queen, all of those, the strong Black woman. So if we think about the strong Black woman as a newfangled one, the angry Black woman, the sapphire, all of these images, colonizing images of what Black women are. The mammy is subservient, aims to please, puts everyone before herself. The Jezebel, hypersexual. The sapphire, the angry Black woman, the sassy, putting my finger in your face. Yeah. I mean, sometimes there's a place for it, right? The welfare queen, 5, 6, 7 kids, and not one. All of these things were created to be derogatory towards Black women when we're not a monolith, right? So to counteract that, the strong Black woman, or the superwoman schema, was developed. And it's based on qualities that are a direct contrast to all of those negative things. So she looks out for her community, she takes care of her children, she takes care of her family, she looks out for her sister, and she shoulders the community on her back. Which is a lot of what we do. But that was developed, one, in part to counteract the negative stereotypes. But the second piece that doesn't get a lot of attention, it was out of necessity. We held the community down. We held the families down because we had to. So while it was developed with good intention, there was never a bailout plan. We're just strong and that's it. But how sustainable is that? And because it's not sustainable, and we're still competing with a lot of those historical tropes, misogynoir. So we're familiar with the term misogyny.
Right.
Misogyny is the hatred of women. Misogynoir is the hatred of Black women specifically. And there is a difference. Think about the election. Anything's better than a Black woman.
And even parties, no one they want.
Because of how historically we have been characterized. Yes. You know, I think about, and I'll try to keep my tangents to a minimum, the first and only debate that VP Harris had with him, the guy, I mean, whatever. Yeah. And who should not be named. At the end, Asian at the end of the debate, the CNN anchors, you know how they do like the round table and kind of debrief? The thing that they kept saying that just grinded my gears, she emasculated him. Like, why is there such hyper focus on making Black women more masculine?
Yep.
But that feeds into the... So all of those things have kind of been working against us in a lot of ways over the years.
What's intersectionality?
Intersectionality. So intersectionality, think of intersection where things cross. And the idea behind intersectionality, Kimberly Crenshaw is the person who coined the term. The more identities that we have that intersect, if they are marginalized, the more likely we are to experience discrimination. So if you think about what it means to a marginalized identity, something that we typically cannot change about ourselves, that is a cause for us experiencing oppression. So if we think about our existence as Black women, being Black, being a woman, if you have a disability,
Yeah.
if you're part of the LGBTQ plus community, if you're low socioeconomic status, and all of those things tend to compound, and the way they intersect increases the likelihood of us being discriminated against.
The way you wear your hair.
The way you wear your hair, absolutely. Think about it.
Body type.
We are, I won't say the only, but I think we mentioned it a little bit earlier how young girls are called fast. So there's this concept called an adultification bias. Adultification bias. And Black women are more prone to experiencing it. What it means, people are less empathetic when, say, a little Black girl does something versus a non-Black girl.
Right.
So if we think about
Gypsy Rose, what's her name? I'm sorry.
No. I mean,
Gypsy Rose Blanchard? The little.
Yeah.
Okay. It's never mind.
That's an example.
She's free. She just had a baby.
Okay.
She did what? She conspired with someone to basically kill her mom. There were some things that her mom was doing. Yeah, it was a huge story. But she's out now. She just had a baby. Like, it's glorified. But we have other stories about Black girls where they don't get up something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like a celebrity now.
Yeah. But that's a prime example.
Yes.
Right? Non-Black women tend to be protected.
Yeah.
If we use the example of Robert, Mr. Kelly. But those girls knew what they were doing. They wanted to have celebrity. They were fast.
He manipulated.
They were children.
They were children.
Yeah.
If it happens, white girls, they would shut him down.
Oh, he would have been gone. Decades.
Yeah.
Adultification bias. So, all of that feeds into this concept of weathering. If you've seen like a weather design pattern, it looks worn, right? The same thing happens to us as we accumulate these different insults. We accumulate these different injuries. Microaggressions, macroaggressions. All of those things tend to pile up and weather us and wear us down. But because we're the strong Black woman, because we're the superwoman, we can't show that we're tired. We can't show that we're hurting. I get scared to take a nap sometimes because I feel like my child is going to burn the house down. So we put on a mask. It's not that bad anymore. Last aside, my daughter was probably like 5. I slept in. She decided she was going to make pancakes with a baking tin on the stove and the flour and it was powder. Mask it. Now I can't get her to lift a spoon. Anywho.
What'd you do to that baby?
Traumatized. I'm traumatized. Parenting is not for the faint of heart. But we'll mask because showing that we're tired, showing that we don't have it all together, counteracts this narrative. This badge of honor that we didn't necessarily ask for, but are afraid to put down because everyone else has attached so much of our value to it. So all of those things making this little zigzag pattern, you can't really see the line. And that's how we get to a place of having high functioning depression or high functioning anxiety. Because we're still technically functioning, but are we functional? You don't have to answer that now. We'll get there. So looking first at high functioning depression or depression, I consider that to be the weight behind the mask. Now, I mentioned there was going to be some prompts that I would ask you to kind of work through. The very first one, as we work on retiring that raggedy mask, take a moment and think about, what does the world see when they look at you? What does that mean?
A problem. Sometimes they just see it as a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Less
threat. Less than a threat. Aggressive. Yes. What about parts of the world that love us? What do they see? Superwoman. I love your hair.
Strong.
My favorite, when I come back from vacation, I'm going to be as dark as you.
I hate that.
Microaggressions. What does the world see when they look at me? Somebody said opportunity?
Yes. Resource. Take.
Resource. Mm-hmm. Needy? Potentially. Yeah. How do you feel in the world? Misunderstood. Tired.
Yeah.
Dismissed.
Unprotected.
I think some people that sees me is an opportunist to get next to me so they can find out some type of dirt. Because you're not as high-minded as people have said that you are. Being married, have a husband that's very professional, children never get in trouble. There's got to be something that you do. Sometimes it's invisible.
So not feeling seen at all. Yeah.
Not taken seriously.
I would say a leader or a manager, because we have positions open up at work and people are moving to but I know one of those positions, I said nothing about what I've learned shows that I'm good at it. So I consider that part as good, but at the same time, you want me to fix everything else. I said, no, I
Yeah. That ties into that superwoman schema. That, give it to Kim. She showed that she can handle it. She doesn't need a whole lot of help.
I feel like an object.
Yeah, that's a good one.
What'd you say?
She feels like an object.
More competition.
Yeah. What about what you show to the world? Resilience.
Leave that alone.
It's such a love-hate relationship with the word resilience.
Oh, she'll be okay.
Yeah, she's got it. What else? What do you show to the world?
Power by the color of your skin. Power. If we knew how powerful we really are just by our melanin, we could take over this world. Seriously. If we really knew that, like in your core, right? That you are more powerful than you really are, than you think you are, we could run this. Seriously. That melanin is something, and that's what everybody knows. That's why they risk getting skin cancer, right? to get that melanin that you have.
They know that, that's why they're scared.
Exactly. So there it is. We need to know that. That's what the whole world sees.
That's the problem with America, but we ain't gonna get on that.
Absolutely.
They know what we represent.
Yes. So we gotta break down that construct.
Yeah, but I think it's also that mindset still also adds additional pressure.
so it's like, because we know the magic, and sometimes we do get opportunity, or they feel like we have it all together. It's like you have to be perfect. Like you said, they can't find what we know with the election. Like it's not even a comparison, but you have to be almost perfect, which we know is not possible.
What's one thing you wish the world knew about?
That I'm a human being.
Right.
Yes. 100%, not a fraction, but 100%.
Yeah.
That we're fragile. And we should be treated as such. One thing that my mom was talking about on the way here, the white woman tears.
Oh my God.
And a lot of times we're the only one in there. And it's like, if I was to pull that, would I still get the same level of empathy or sympathy? I don't know if we should try. But you know what, to that phenomenon, there was a thing that was talking about tap into your inner Susan. Tap into your inner Karen. You know?
The caveat to that, and I'm just the messenger, if we're going to tap into that, we have to allow ourselves to be vulnerable.
Right.
I'm radical, right? But even that is nuanced, right? Us being vulnerable is a choice, but it's typically a choice that we make based on feeling secure in our environment, which isn't always inherently the case in this place that we live in. But
it works though. I'll give you guys a quick example. So I've been going through a lot, which is part of why, but I've been going through a lot in my personal life. And I work at this school where everyone's very mindful and very,
They skipping along, huh?
Skip along. Okay. We're all going to eat good things and grow good things and teach good things. Anyway, so I'm in this leadership position, which has become a little stressful. At the same time, I'm dealing with the things I'm dealing with at home. Previously, I quit jobs to take care of what I have to take care of at home. It's like, I'm not going to do that. But I need some leniency at work. I need some type of leniency with my schedule and things at work. Yes, support. They're like, what can we do? And what did I do? I cried. All the whole leadership team's like, oh, tonight after this, I'm going to dinner with the director because she wants to support me. So yes, the tears work.
I kind of have like a thought-provoking, double-edged sword kind of question. Why is it that we're tired of carrying the Black strong woman title, but also is still afraid to be vulnerable? Like why is that so hard for us? Like we don't like either.
Because we've been disappointed.
The fear of being perceived as weak, right? It's the fear of being perceived as weak.
Who's gonna hold us?
And things. There's nobody to hold. Yeah, there's no one to back you up. Or things. Yes, it is. You had a whole team that's going to back you up.
So it's a cognitive distortion that if I put this down or if I allow myself to fall apart, nobody's going to pick me back up. Sometimes that can be true, but I think the majority of the time is that we don't want people to see us differently. Think about it. How many times might you have said, well, I'm not going to call this person or let this person in because I don't want to be a burden? But if you think about the quality of those relationships, how likely is it that the people that care about you, that really want to support you, are going to consider you to be a burden?
They won't. A lot of times if they find out something later, they're like, why didn't you call me? I would have, they're like hyper and hurt. They're like, I thought we were closer than that.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah. Don't determine other people's capacity. Repeat that one again. Don't determine other people's capacity. The worst thing that can happen is that they'll say no, but they could also say yes.
Yep.
Or they can say no, but here's what I can do.
Yes.
Only one way to find out.
I would say we can also relate that to why black people are fearful of therapy.
Ooh, that's another spot.
Perception.
Perception, yeah.
How are people going to think about me if they know I'm in therapy? I don't want to take the medication. I'm not crazy.
I don't know. I think
I think we were Saturday in our kickoff meeting talking about therapy and prioritizing. How many people bought tickets to that Beyonce concert?
Listen, prioritize. Wait.
Which I love Beyonce, so no shade to her. But $300 for a ticket, that's $250.
And if it wasn't Beyonce, whatever your vice is, whether it was Jordan's, whether it was that shopping spree, we just talked about the retail therapy.
I have a question. Do you think, because this is all thought provoking. Okay, we talked about earlier about going all the way back to slavery, right? And when you go to therapy, you receive information. Do you think that there's still a part of the generational trauma that is afraid to receive information?
Absolutely. Yes. So, a total aside, don't have any recovering people pleasers? Something that might make you noodle. People pleasing stems from shame. Typically, shame associated with some type of dysfunction in the household that we're not supposed to talk about. But thinking about family dynamics, we like homeostasis, we like balance. So everybody's going to fall into a role to maintain that balance, even if there's dysfunction. But it teaches us to, if I do this, then everybody will be happy, then everything is. The masks. So coming back to the idea of defining depression, what I've learned just through schooling and research here and there, Black women's mental health is not that well researched. Shocking, right? But of the research that was conducted, people identified that on average, the lifetime prevalence for depressive disorder is about 25 or 27% for Black women. However, because it's not that well researched, the number might be higher. So part of it is the research not being targeted towards us. Another part of it is us not wanting to participate in the research because of the distrust of medical professionals and the research and all that other stuff, or the indications of it. We may also just have a general unawareness of what it means to have major depressive disorder.
Or denial.
So that statistic is likely higher. Now, depression in itself is normal. It is a very natural response to things like loss, especially if we're grieving a death or loss of relationship, like a breakup, a loss of a job or opportunity. It is normal to experience some depressive symptoms. When it's that normative, healthy kind of ish depression, it's usually temporary and situational, where you can pinpoint this is the causal factor. And for the most part, we're able to cope through it. For the most part. I'll make sure everybody gets a copy of the slide deck too. It starts to get a little wonky though, when the time frame that we're experiencing those depressive symptoms shifts. Typically, for a major depressive disorder diagnosis, we have to have several symptoms present for at least 2 weeks. But we're looking more on the clinical side of things when depressive symptoms last between 2 weeks and months. Sometimes people can experience persistent depressive disorder where it's a lower level of depression that can last for years. Something that I wanted to make sure I included today because we don't really talk about it at all. We can also experience premenstrual dysmorphic disorder, not dysmorphic, dysphoric disorder. Somebody asked me what that is.
What is that?
I'm glad you asked. So, premenstrual dysphoric, I'm trying to make up stuff, disorder is something that occurs due to hormonal shifts that aligns with when we would typically experience premenstrual symptoms or PMS. So we'll experience mood symptoms that are akin to depression, irritability, low mood, fatigue, sadness, but a lot more extreme, to the point where it can be debilitating, it can affect our relationships, people can experience suicidal ideation. How many of us knew this existed before today?
I did, but I was diagnosed with it, so that's why I was. That's the only reason I know. Yeah.
I finished a whole master's degree in mental health and didn't know until I had to Google the symptoms for myself to try and figure out what was happening.
Can I ask a question? Is that common in a certain age group, or just okay? Because it just made me think about perimenopause, and with women that still that are experiencing decline in hormones, but yet still have a cycle every now and then. So that makes me question that just a little. That's why I asked age.
Yeah. I don't have the answer to that. Okay. Anecdotally, I've seen it in as young as 25.
Wow. Okay.
Through 40s. Because women's health, especially reproductive health, doesn't get a lot of research either. Yeah. They're still piecing together a lot. I think PMDD just made it into the DSM, maybe the 5th edition? Don't quote me on that. And we're in the first revision of the 5th edition. So it's relatively new-ish. It's not new. It's just newer at being recognized. As you think about it, at some point they were still having hysteria in the DSM. But this is typically when we'll see things start to shift from just the expected depressive symptoms that we can experience in response to a loss. When there's more of a pattern, we see a little more severity in the symptoms. Or it can be cyclical, like with PMDD, where that typically occurs the first, or not the first 2 weeks, but the 2 weeks leading up to menstruation, because hormones be doing all kinds of crazy stuff to us. So some common symptoms that we might experience with clinical depression. I talked about the pattern and how it can reoccur. We might also experience physical symptoms, so changes in our appetite, increased appetite or decreased appetite, which can lead to weight fluctuations if we're overeating or not eating. Sleep disturbance. How many of us are getting at least 7 hours of sleep each night? Oh boy. So on average, we're supposed to try to get 7 to 9 hours every day. Aspirational, at least 7. 6 is respectable, but we start to creep into trouble territory in terms of like increasing our risk for different chronic health conditions when we're not getting enough sleep. So insomnia, difficulty sleeping or hyposomnia, excessive sleeping, going beyond that 9 hours, but then not always getting a good quality of sleep. Also things like hair loss, skin changes, digestive issues, So things like acid reflux, heartburn, other digestive issues. All of this stuff can be connected to depression symptoms and different aches and pains that are typically unexplained. Emotional symptoms, we know sadness, a feeling of emptiness or hopelessness, helplessness, feeling numb or disconnected, lack of interest. Cognitive symptoms, difficulty concentrating, forgetfulness, brain fog. And then behavioral symptoms, we might socially withdraw, procrastination, low motivation. Interestingly enough, low or decreased libido can be connected to depression as well. So if you find yourself saying, I just don't feel like it, you may genuinely not feel like it, but it could also be something else. And we tend to mask all of this a lot of the time with humor, or burying ourselves in work, or trying to suppress it. Y'all ever done that quick cleanup? Like when company comes over unexpectedly and stuff all that stuff into one closet? Masking, right? But there's a difference between compartmentalizing and safely containing. When we compartmentalize, we stuff everything in that closet and say, I'm gonna get to it. But outside, out of mind, right? When we safely contain, it's more like, let me set this here until it's safe to unpack it, and then I'll process it. Those can be an appropriate response depending on the situation, right? Because if you have to protect your physical well-being, of course, stuff it in the closet and do what you gotta do. But you gotta come back and sort through it at some point. Otherwise, that stuff sits and festers and collects dust and continues to be that weight behind the mask. Questions on anything I've talked about so far? Now, you don't have to tell me, but just think about the symptoms that we've talked about, and if any of them resonate. Maybe make a little note. Talk with my therapist about this later. So what makes it high functioning? We'll experience a lot of those symptoms with an underlying numbness. Maybe not as much pizzazz or energy or interest. You may be more irritable. People may get on your nerves a little more easily. But we push through and get it done. We pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. And it tends to be more low functioning when we can't find it. When we can't find the energy to put on the smile, act like everything's okay. When it starts to become difficult to get out of bed. Right? When it gets difficult to tend to your daily activities of living, like your hygiene, eating regularly, hydrating. When all of that stuff feels like this weight that you can't get up from under. We consider that to be more low functioning. And that's when we don't want to wait till it gets to that to ask for help. But that's typically when professional help is needed.
So, can I ask a question?
Sure.
This is where my confusion. You just mentioned, like, with low functioning depression, that's where definitely need to get help. With high functioning depression, in my mind, because I feel like I probably have high functioning depression, isn't that something that you should get help for too, or like? Okay.
So let me.
Okay.
High functioning, low functioning, help is always going to help, right? If you don't walk away from this with anything else, know that you can ask for help, and it can make a difference. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because, and I feel like, and it's so sad to say, but I feel like a lot of those symptoms for high functioning depression, that's what like everyone goes through at a certain point. Because I'm looking like, yeah, and it just some of it is, you know, it depends on what's going on in my life at the time, the type of job that I have. It can be situational, but like, how do you also know the difference between like getting help or asking for help, and like what does that help look like? Is it just make sure you get your rest, like things that we know to do, or is there like should I ring the alarm, or is this just like I should process?
So that's going to be a really individualized thing. Building up that awareness within yourself of what is it like when I just need somebody to sit with me versus what do I feel like when I need to speak with my therapist or something more intensive. Because like a lot of mental health conditions, depression can function on the spectrum, right? We can have this is a normal response because my dog just died and I'm sad, versus it's hard for me to find the energy to get out of bed and brush my teeth. You know what I mean? And there's a lot that comes in between that. So you kind of have to identify for yourself.
Because I feel like you just went back to low functioning with the get out of bed part. So like for me personally, I don't really. The low functioning part doesn't speak to me right now in my life. But going back to the high functioning part, you know, there's still curiosities and questions about, do I just do certain things to maintain my mental health with some of those symptoms? So like maybe having low energy, you know, like I'm working a lot, or you know, whatever it is. Like
we're gonna talk more in depth about self-care in a little bit, but I would to that. What is your self-care? How were you coping? Right? Because we're more in the realm of that everyday manageable if we can find healthy ways of coping. But if it feels like this isn't lifting, nothing is getting better, you might need to have a hand. I don't know if that answers the question.
It does. I feel like for me, a lot of it is situational.
Sure.
Like, so I think that I understand what you're saying. So like, for example, like I don't experience persistent sadness, but I do experience low energy sometimes. And I know that it's almost directly correlated with the work that I do.
Sure.
But like, do I need to up my self-care practices where I kind of like force myself to rest more?
Yeah.
Is that a problem to where I need to talk to my therapist more about it? Or, you know, can I don't want to say self-resolve it, but like, those are just some of the questions that I
now, without getting too much in your business, does therapy help you feel better?
It does.
What would stop you from just allowing yourself to have that extra support?
I actually have had that. We have conversations.
Yeah. You know, so therapy is one of those things, and I'm obviously biased, but therapy is one of those things where you don't have to wait until the sirens are going off, right? You treat it like car maintenance. You don't wait until your car is smoking to get your, I hope you're not, to get your oil changed. So if it's an area of concern or something that's kind of picking at you a little bit, it would be the harm. If nothing else, you can go in for them to say, no, you're thinking about this appropriately, or, yeah, I feel upset, whatever. I don't know if that answers it.
No, it does. It does. Right, Lauren? Yes.
Big part of all of this is building up the awareness, and I love that you're looking at these symptoms and saying, where do I fall within that? Right? That's part of what takes us out of that high functioning space, because when it's more high functioning, it's outside of our awareness a lot of the time. It's us saying, it's not that bad, when it may not be, but well. Other questions? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. All right. Shifting gears.
You said there's a difference between compartmentalizing and what?
Compartmentalizing and safely containing.
Thank you.
Compartmentalize is when we put it in that box and put the box in the closet, and we may or may not get back to it. Safely contained, we like put it in our pocket. So it's closer to our awareness. With compartmentalizing, we run the risk of that becoming suppression. Okay. So, Another kind of reflective prompt to chew on. What does the world expect from me? And what do I expect from myself? And lastly, what do I wish I had the freedom to do? What is everyone expecting from me? What am I expecting from myself? And what do I want? What do I want? What does the world expect from you? What are you supposed to be doing? Who should you be?
I know the first one is what the world expects me is to come to a solution. Always have a solution. You know, I'm always looked at as the fixer. Because if there's a problem, Jackie knows what to do.
So the world expects you to be the fixer.
More.
More? You just got to be more. Whatever it is, double that. Ooh, wait. Wow. Ooh. That sounds like it resonates. It's a bounce back. Shake it off.
Shake it off. Get over it.
Keep it moving.
Keep it pushing.
Election was like next, right? Like,
You get over it.
to be strong.
To be strong. Unwavering strength.
Yes.
To be perfect.
Yeah. Oh boy. Don't get me started.
Smile. I get tired of that. Why'd you smile?
You too pretty to be frowning.
Right.
How about they expect us to not be soft, right? To not be a delicate flower that we really are.
To change.
Yeah.
Like, elevating power. You can be this. Right? Like, be strong here. Why you so angry here? Like, you should be a little bit more soft here for everything. So it's like change.
To be pleased. To be flexible. To be malleable. To be
more like them.
To be more, to assimilate.
Yes.
To be naive. To be together.
To what?
To be naive.
To be naive.
Yeah. Are you here about like my experience in dating? It's like, oh, I want an independent woman. Okay, but you're too nice. It's like, what? Like,
Yeah.
Think out your mind. You gotta be independent, but not so independent that I feel insecure.
right.
You need to be good looking, but not so good looking that I feel jealous or insecure.
Right.
You need to make money and have your own money, but not more money than me.
Right.
There's always gonna be somebody's expectation. How does that translate into what you expect from yourself?
Well, you start working.
I'm not good enough. I don't make enough money. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not
sensitive enough.
sensitive enough, or I'm too sensitive, or
Act like it didn't happen.
yeah, mask. Now, if I waved my therapist magic wand, because I may or may not have one of those, and you woke up tomorrow and you could do anything that you wanted to. Smell the roses. What do you wish you had the freedom to do?
I would just be unapologetically me.
Yep. Genuine self. Say what you want to say.
What about the rest of us? And it's okay if you don't have an answer now. Feel the way I want to feel. Feel the way you want to feel.
I would be present, not worried about the past or the future.
Well, I have a question. What's stopping us from doing that?
Right. That's my thing. I feel like we don't have that.
That's the thing.
We do.
We can. Well, my philosophy, life is a series of choices and consequences. We can make the choice to live with freedom, to say what we want to say and feel how we want to feel. It's just a matter of can we live with the consequences.
That goes back to my statement earlier. What's my things about you? None of your business.
Not at all.
So live your life the way you want to live it. Absolutely.
Well,
unapologetically.
it's something. I mean, there are restrictions.
What's like, of course, you want to follow the law.
That's
We're gonna follow the law.
Like if I wanted to, I would paint and make buttercream flowers all day.
And you can, somebody will buy it. I guarantee you.
But but it's going to take time to get to that point. And I have a child that I'm responsible for. So what happens here? So is that yes, eventually I can do that. I feel like when my son's out of the house, that's what I'm going to do.
You'll hug your second life.
But today, I can't do that.
Right.
So
Or maybe you just haven't figured out how.
maybe that's
right. No, I was just saying because we still have to take into consideration that we're in this world as Black women.
Yeah.
So, you know, even though I would, in a perfect world, I would love to be unapologetic. Right. And I have fully stepped into that, well, not fully stepped into that role, but I'm getting closer to fully standing in that role, but I still have to take into consideration everything else that's going on around me.
You have to? That's what
I did say that. I said I have to take into consideration.
That's who?
Yeah. Oh, says who? I guess that's me.
So what? Your expectations or the expectations that have been handed to you?
The expectations that have been handed to me.
By who?
Society.
Society.
Yeah.
Society that doesn't even meet their own expectations.
Right.
So if we think about like the standard of beauty, you know who created that?
Oh.
Middle-aged white men who don't even meet the standard of beauty.
not at all. Not at all.
So I'll keep all of my radical philosophies. But what if there are no rules?
Then you have to do this thing called just live, right?
So I'll use myself as an example. You see how long it is, yeah?
I see it.
My parents would tell me initially, you're not gonna, my dad, you won't be able to get a job if you have tattoos, if you have this long weed and all these other things. Yeah, I like the jobs. I went to my first academic conference as a researcher with box braids down to the floor. Because what you gonna say to me?
Right.
But that's a choice. Yes, now.
You also position yourself in a way.
Choices and consequences.
Right. To be able to pathway to that. I'm
Yes.
50 and that hasn't always been a thing. That tattoo you get showing, no. The braids, no. There's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah. What can you do today?
Because it came from us. We have not talked about that in this room at all today. A lot of things that we do to each other, a lot. A lot. We uphold a lot of these things that we're talking about. Right.
I think we kind of touched on it in an earlier segment, the survival piece. Like a lot of the stuff that's been passed down to us, good, bad, or indifferent, came from a place of survival.
But it kind of sounds like when we say that, like you're just blaming what your mom did or your grandmother did. Not so much. That's how what I hear when I hear that being said. You know, we're just learning what we learned from other people because they didn't know what to do. That's not true all the time. Sometimes it's just easier to just let it be the way it always has been, regardless if you know right or wrong.
Yeah.
We hold each other down a lot.
Yeah. We do.
Yeah. We are our own worst enemy a lot. I can go into offices, they can be the welfare office, and nobody's in there but us. But it's still hard. Financial aid office, nobody's in there but us. And I'm still running around trying to get things done and, just trying to get some compassion and empathy from people that I know for a fact. I know you would have been through this yourself. We do it a lot.
Yeah. And the expectation is that because we have this shared experience, you're supposed to do something different. You're supposed to be better with me.
I hope.
That'd be nice.
I hope it's just not that bitter because it's just been done so much that now I just wanted my chance to do it to somebody else. I just want to see how that feels to have that type of power. Because it is power. Very powerful to be able to impress people in that way. And we do it to each other a lot. It can just be an interaction between you and the CVS store and the teller.
Yeah. We can even say that that's a learned behavior.
I guess.
My pastors call it the crab mentality. Crabs in a barrel.
Yeah.
If I can't be shamed, and then climb up a little bit higher, and then I'm gonna knock you down because I can't let you get past me. And that's the crab mentality.
Yes. Is the barrel the crab's natural environment?
No, it's not.
So we're gonna learn, even if it's maladaptive, how to move in our current environment. Like I use the example, I'm a suburbs kid through and through. When I moved to the city, the energy was so different. Like I'm gonna speak and be bubbly and good morning. And the first time I did that, like in a Walmart, people were like, but I recognize this is a different environment. It's not always, people aren't always receptive because of what they've learned from their experiences, right? I'm getting super sidetracked. This is a great conversation. Thank you for all of the questions and feedback. So the lifetime prevalence of anxiety disorders in Black women is 1 in 5. And Black women with anxiety disorders, though that 1 in 5 is lower than non-Black counterparts, Black women are more likely to experience persistent anxiety disorders with higher levels of functional impairment. So we may not experience it as often, but we'll typically experience it more intensely and for longer periods of time. So like depression, anxiety is a natural response. In healthy doses, anxiety can be helpful. Like it gets a bad reputation, but it's connected to our stress response system or that fight or flight. We're familiar with fight or flight, yes? Yes. So when you sense a threat in the environment, anxiety is what makes us fight. It gives us that energy boost so we can either run from the threat or fight it. So in those healthier doses, it can be productive. It may give us that shaky feeling of worriness, but it's usually in those healthy doses temporary. Temporary enough to get us away from whatever we perceive the threat to be, situational and proportional to the stressor. I'm just going to stay over here. When it starts to delve into the realm of clinical or diagnosable anxiety, It may take the form of a generalized anxiety disorder, where we typically can't pinpoint just one thing that we're anxious about. It's 50 things that we're anxious about all of the time. Most of the days throughout the week, for a few months at a time. And the lifetime prevalence for that in Black women is around 5.1%. Social anxiety disorder, I was reading something that was talking about how for Black people in general, social anxiety tends to be one of the more diagnosed anxiety disorders. But intense fear about social situations. I was a little anxious before I got up here just because talking in front of people. But if it was to the point where I had a panic attack and I couldn't, that might be more in the realm of social anxiety. Panic disorders, recurrent panic attacks, unexpected, not always having an identifiable cause. For social anxiety disorder, lifetime prevalence is about 7.6%. For panic disorder, 3.8%. For different phobias, like agoraphobia, it's not that well documented, prevalence rates. So some symptoms that we might notice with more clinical expressions of anxiety, they'll be ongoing most of the day for around 6 months for it to be a GAD diagnosis. The level of worry that we experience will be disproportionate in response to whatever the stimuli is. So like I said, if I was shaking and having a panic attack before I came, that would be disproportionate because you always physical symptoms that we might notice, restlessness, fatigue, muscle tension. If I could call attention to your shoulders right now. Where are they in the placement? How aligned are they? Are they sitting up high? Are they nice and relaxed and down your back? When I'm tense, I'll walk around like this and not like this. Or backache, headaches. I'm a jaw clencher. Things like rapid heart rate, sleep disturbance, digestive issues. In terms of emotional symptoms, that constant worry, feeling overwhelmed, even when we don't have a lot going on. Racing thoughts that tend to be more prevalent at night. It's like once you lay down for the day, your brain is like, oh, it's quiet. You must be forgetting something. Here are all the things that you didn't do yesterday. Difficulty concentrating, second-guessing decisions, and overthinking. Boy, if there was a picture in the dictionary for overthinking. Yeah. But a lot of this stems, I think, from what we were talking about earlier with the expectations of others. Right. What we're supposed to be doing, how we are supposed to live, what we should look like. Anxiety about what if somebody sees that I'm not this strong superwoman and I actually do have feelings other than anger. Right. What if somebody sees that I actually don't have it together all the time? If I had $1 for every time I sit in session and somebody expressed that they're expected to be the person of excellence. Everybody says I'm the friend that not me, but everybody says I'm the friend that has it all together. What permission then is there to be human? We can't always be on point. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. But those types of anxieties fuel perfectionism. And sometimes perfection paralysis, because if I can't do it exactly right, I won't do it. We may avoid it altogether if there's a risk of failure, because failure means I'm disappointing someone. I have less value because I'm not producing in the way that I'm supposed to. Is that making sense?
Yes.
You don't have to tell me, But do any of those symptoms resonate? Something to think about, because we all have to deal with the tirades of the shoulds. My favorite saying, don't should all over yourself. Because who says? Who says what you should be or where you are isn't good enough? Wow. I tell myself when I was, I'm not 30, I'm a little past 30, but coming up to my 30th birthday, doing that reflection of, am I where I think I should be? When I was 18, I think I said I wanted an Aston Martin, and I was going to have a show with Oprah. I was going to get That's where I was supposed to be at 30. But that was based on the expectations that other people had given to me. I actually don't want to ask the market. You know what I mean? But that anxiety of, I'm not there yet. How are people going to view if I set this goal publicly and I don't make it? So we talked about the difference with high functioning and low functioning depression. We can do the same with anxiety. We may mask anxiety with hyperproductivity. If we're always going, or over planning things, trying to make sure that we've covered every possible scenario to make sure that there's no loose ends, that we're always prepared for anything that could happen. But can you reasonably prepare for everything? It can take the form of people pleasing because of that anxiety of I don't want people to be disappointed with me. And if we want to take it a step further, a lot of the time that'll stem that people pleasing from not wanting to be abandoned by the people that we may disappoint. It tends to be more in the low functioning realm when we're debilitated by that anxiety, when it pushes us into a position where we feel like we cannot move, where we cannot function. So more intense physical symptoms, like there's I don't know the exact percentage, but there's a high percentage of people who present to emergency rooms thinking that they've had a heart attack, and it's actually a panic attack. Avoiding different situations because we're afraid we might be embarrassed if we fail or don't present perfectly. Having a lack of control over our experience of panic attacks, and severe fear. And we kind of talked about this, how our external expectations might amplify and sometimes distort what we're expecting from ourselves, the internal pressures that we may place on ourselves. So what's one expectation that you can let go of to feel more free? When was the last time you felt free? And it's okay if it was just like a couple of minutes. 2004. A little overdue. Even if it was just for a moment, when is the last time you felt free? What were you doing? Or what weren't you doing?
Well then, yeah. If I escape, I feel free. Well, that's one. Yes, that's what escape. But about a month ago, I took a trip, and I had no schedule. I went with no one, so I wouldn't have to deal with anybody else in their schedule or where they wanted to eat or anything. And I just roamed the street, and I felt very free.
So not being bound to an agenda. Not being bound to
a place where I couldn't take phone calls also.
Nice. Not being accessible. So for the sake of time, I won't spend too much here, but I invite you to consider what's one thing, even if it's small, that you can do today that might help you at least get a little closer to feeling more free on a regular basis. Maybe it's getting that haircut or that tattoo. What decision can you make just Had a name for that time. Okay, so that's all the heavy stuff, the signs and symptoms. Any questions on that? Crystal clear, clear as mud. All right. So now we get to move to the fun stuff. Like, what do we actually do? If we've gone through the checklist and identified, I might be experiencing high functioning depression or low functioning depression, or so it says the ABCs of prevention, but we can say early intervention, maintenance, rescue plan, whatever makes the most sense for you. But the ABCs stand for awareness, balance, and connection. So with awareness, it's exactly what it sounds like. Paying attention to how we feel in our body, the content of our thoughts, how different stressors might affect us, different physical symptoms that we might notice, having an awareness of what different type of situations may be triggering for us, and then keeping an inventory of how our current lifestyle either supports maintaining our wellness or might sometimes contradict it. So in terms of bodily awareness, recognizing when we're triggered. What does it feel like when your stress response system is activated? What does anxiety feel like in your body? So, anybody ever been in a near-miss car accident? What's the first thing that you notice? That's our stress response system. So when we're activated, our heart rate will increase, so we can pump more blood to our muscles, so we can either run or fight. Our digestive system does some funky stuff, so we experience pain less intensely. Our pupils will constrict, so we can see more clearly. Like, all of these things happen. There's a physical sensation associated with those things. So if nothing else, if you can notice your heart rate and recognize, okay, something is elevating my heart rate right now, and do some investigation, I can make all the difference. But maintaining that awareness, what does my body feel like when it's tense? Everybody take your hand. Make a fist. Squeeze it as tightly as you can, like you're trying to squeeze the money out of somebody. And then let that go. What do you notice? A little relief. Yeah. Maybe a little warm sensation. Yeah. The fist is when we're operating from a tense state. So things like progressive muscle relaxation are really good in helping build up that body awareness of what it feels like to different parts of the body to be tense or to relax. But noticing, am I pinching my jaw? Are my shoulders all the way up here? Am I having pain in my back? Do I need to stretch? Do I need support? Do I? Because we're oftentimes taught to disconnect from our bodies, to like function outside of our bodily awareness because there may be shame associated with our body. But what is your friend? You gotta listen to her. Know what's going on. Understanding what types of situations contribute to stress. Journaling is a good tool for that. Debriefing, making mental notes of what are the things that physically activate me. And then we'll talk a little bit about lifestyle and coping and all of that stuff as we move forward. So self-check-ins is one of my favorite exercises for helping to build awareness. Lauren kind of talked about pausing earlier today. I mentioned how body scans and progressive muscle relaxation can be helpful for building like a physical awareness. But journaling can help us build an awareness of our thoughts and just how we're feeling on a day-to-day basis. I recommend practicing self-check-in reflections at least twice a day. One at the start and one at the end. At the beginning of the day, asking myself, how do I feel about the day ahead? Am I energized? Do I have an interest level in the things that are on my agenda? Do I need support in different areas? Do I need a nap? Do I need to change things? Do I need to take a mental health day? And then a reflection at the end of the day. What were the wins? What worked well? What didn't? I like to ask my daughter, what were the pits and what were the peaks of the day? And what do I want to change for tomorrow? But taking that moment to just ask, how am I feeling? What do I need? And when people ask you how you're doing, answer honestly. You don't have to go into detail and share your whole life story, but if you're not feeling the greatest, you can say, you know what, I'm not doing the best today, but it's all right. Or I'll be better later. And you never know. Somebody may be able to offer some comfort that can shift things. Some workday reflections that you might consider. Why am I doing this work? Do I know what I'm doing and why? How do I measure success? Just some little things to be mindful of as we're building awareness of how we feel throughout the day. So what are some activities that you currently engage in that help you boost your level of awareness?
Are we sharing?
If you want.
A big one for me is like checking my battery. It's not during the day, but like at the in the morning. Because I'm normally like going. So I can know where I'm at. I just remind myself being like great, because I can't give more than what I have. So if I'm on like 40%, like I sometimes have to remind myself like, listen, you said it was 40, and I notice the difference on the days when I don't check in versus the days when I do. And I do. I'm not very mindful of what I need each day, and I just keep it. So it's great.
Okay. It's almost time to go. Where did the time go? So I'm going to breeze through the rest of this, but I'll make sure that you all have the slides just so you have the information. So the B in the ABC stands for balance. We can foster balance, more balance in our lives if we focus on maintaining clear boundaries, set realistic goals, have a life outside of work, and try to recognize and avoid unhealthy coping skills. So when I say boundaries can be funny. Sometimes we'll think of it as the line that we draw in the sand and tell people not to cross, but people are habitual line setters. Yes, they are. So I say instead the boundary isn't the line, it's how we respond to that line being crossed. So making sure that we're setting and enforcing those boundaries is something that can help us be balanced, because we're not going to be giving. Or people running around with free access and being able to take whatever they want, right? Being able to say no. Setting realistic goals ideally will focus on what you can actually control. So this is your circle of influence. You see how small it is, right? The only thing that can fit in here is you. What you say, what you do, what you think, how you feel. That's it. Lalar's not in my circle of influence. So I can't control how Lalar feels. Same applies to our friends and family. It would be nice if we can do things to make people happier or to feel better, but we can't. Just like it's our responsibility to manage ourselves, that extends to everyone else. So if you're going to set a goal, make sure it's within the realm of things that you can actually influence, things that you can control. And if you can't control it, can you learn to accept it? Setting realistic goals. Other things to keep in mind with goal setting is not lazy to prioritize yourself and rest or take breaks. The expectations of others are not more important than your well-being. Working all the time does not mean that you're actually working well. And be intentional about refilling. So you can absolutely, shoot for the moon? But give yourself that permission to be in the stars, right? Or to pick another day. And avoiding negative coping skills. So we know all the stuff that we're ideally going to do to maintain our health. Sometimes it's not always that easy, right? Especially when the unhealthy coping skills are easily accessible, right, socially acceptable. They may be something that we've learned and normalized. I want to talk a little bit about substance misuse, only because the society that we live in. Oh no, okay, well I won't talk about substance misuse. Yeah. Okay. Balance. The last part is connection. With connection, we want to make sure that we're avoiding isolation, engaging with our social support, as long as they're not a part of the problem, and when necessary, engaging with professional support, i.e. us, therapists. Okay, so we'll skip past all of this and end here. Huh?
Are you leaving everybody with a presentation already?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you will all get copies of this. But self-care. Self-care and wellness go hand in hand. Wellness is the goal, right? That's just our overall well-being. We can support that by engaging in regular self-care, but it's not limited to just the aesthetic stuff, right? Hands and nails and hair and all that. It can be. It can be a spa. I recommend it when you can. You know, it can be getting a massage, but then it's things like wearing clothes that you enjoy. Making time to enjoy peace and quiet. Making sure that you're well hydrated, taking a nap, regular doctor's appointments, doing work that you find interesting, maintaining healthy boundaries, maintaining your finances in a way that are comfortable. Right? Our wellness is holistic. So in the slides that were before this, there's a little self-care assessment that I would encourage you all to kind of take just to see where you're at in terms of your self-care practice. And if there's things that you identify I want to do more of, make a list of those things. Think about any obstacles that may get in the way of you practicing those habits. And then start to develop a plan for how you overcome those obstacles. Very condensed version. I said I was going to try to do something. That's it. Questions for me? Okay. I'll just leave this up here for you to mull over. But this is an affirmation that I practice with myself often, especially when I'm feeling fatigued. I release any negative energy that does not belong to me. I release any negative energy that does belong to me but does not serve me. And I call on my good energy back to me. I call on my power back to me. I call on my magic back to me. Anything connected to me prospers, and all disconnections will not drive in my vibration. You all are now connected to me. So, praying for your prosperity. Thank you so much for your time.
Give Dr. Jessica a round of applause. Thank you guys for your patience. I know we ran over a little late. We just have one more quick thing before Lawrence, because he's tired. Rest, Casey. Lauren comes in, closes us out. We're going to invite Cherish back up here. Give her a round of applause. Thank you ladies for coming. And I hope you guys are full. I'm full. Just looking at you guys.
All right, I know everyone is now, we have gotten our cups filled and we are ready. We're like, I'm ready to take it on. So I had something else planned, but that's okay. We're just going to turn to our neighbor and just give them one highlight of the day. That's all. So just turn to your neighbor, someone, just tell them your highlight from the day. It's going to take 30 seconds.
Learning how everybody's dealing with their issues today and how to support them.
If I could just get 3 people just to shout out what their highlight is really quick. All of them. All of good, okay. Another person?
Cry.
Big one, big one, big one.
Beautiful. Thank you all. And that's all I have for today. I just want you guys to share testimony with one another.
Thank you, Sherry. First of all, I want to say thank y'all because I know we got pretty late. I mean, we actually still good. We just at 5. All right, yes. All right, not bad for our first time. So I want to say thank you all so much. This is a labor of love that was worth it, and I'm glad I was obedient to what God told me to do. Because I wanted to dip a couple of times, but it was okay. I had good accountability around me, so I thank you all. And I have the raffle, but first, I want to give a special thank you to the first person who bought a ticket today. And that would be none other than Miss Jackie. So let me tell you something about Miss Jackie. So, she's very special to me. And anytime we have anything, she's always the first in our lives. She's always first when we start selling products. She's the first person in like t-shirts on us. And so I just wanted to give you a token of appreciation. To make sure you cultivate your essence all year long. So this is a personalized cultivate your essence for 5 hours course. All of this little things. So enjoy and thank you for being so loyal to cultivate your essence. And so now we're going to do our raffle. Now I know a lot of people kind of left, so we're going to do it. Whoever wins, or whoever's not here, we're just going to keep pulling until one of y'all wins, okay? All right, so now the raffle is we really wanted to vend with Black vendors. So that was a big one. So the candles that you guys got within your bags is actually from the Black Candle Lux Company. They're Black owned and they're in downtown north-ish area. And so what they were providing was tickets, $100 gift certificate to do a candle making class with them. Okay. Our team actually has done this in the past, and I love their candles. And their candles, as y'all can tell, smell amazing. But it is a beautiful experience. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna see. We got it. Okay. 726-013. And if it's a family member, y'all don't get to win. I have to tell people that up front. Okay? Nope. Mom, you don't tell me what. 726-009. Yay! She was actually our giveaway ticket winner today, so okay. And this is your gift certificate, so it's valid for a year. You actually get from 2 people valued at $120. Thank you so much. Wow, nice. Yeah. Picture. I got it. Got switched with you. And before you all leave, if I can please get a testimonial from y'all, and then I promise y'all can go. And if I can get one group picture for everybody before y'all leave today, I would really appreciate it. To the balloon. Yeah, to the balloon. To the balloon. So let's do my attendees first, and then I'll get one with CYE afterwards. So put them to the side. Where's the director?
Well, before we go, give a round of applause to Cultivate Your Essence.
Thank you, ladies.
This will not be the last one. Be on the lookout. If you're not following the page, make sure you follow the page,
Yes.
all the socials, all the things. Thank you, ladies, for your time.
First of all, let me say thank you to my amazing host, Casey. She flew down from Atlanta. She's one of my good friends back in Georgia, so she definitely flew down and was like, I had to be a part. So, Casey, thank you so much. And this is how sisterhood shows up in real life. Thank you. All right, y'all, come on. I'm attending, please.
adjust it a little bit more. A little bit more. All right, here we go. Beautiful. All right, 1, 2, 3. One more. Say, cultivate your essence. Cultivate your essence. Did y'all get that recorded? Can y'all get that one more time? That has to be it. Thank you. All right, everyone say, cultivate your essence. Cultivate your essence. Okay, and then we got just one more thing. Just say the black one is the inaugural release. Okay. Got it. Okay. So this is CYE, and we attended the Black Women's Inaugural Release. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was in and out. Yes.
He said he went back because he thought there was going to be a lot of food left. He went back to get some more training. And then he came back and said no food left.
So now, what is your specialty?
So who do you usually work with? So I'm a.
If you said that, I missed it at the beginning.
No. I specialize in addictions counseling, but I also treat mood disorders, interpersonal differences. But addictions is my jam.
Got you.
Addictions is
All right, Dwayne. Okay, we get along.
Oh, this wasn't bad. Let's sit down.
Cultivate your essence. 1, 2, 3.
Cultivate
your essence.
Cultivate your essence.
1, 2.
Cultivate
your essence.
All right, ladies, good job on the panel. Hope y'all had a Thank you. What? Y'all did go ahead? They better get to me. Hey, y'all. Can I get a testimony from you? Yes. Oh, you did one. Never mind.
That's going to be more of a one. I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay, perfect. What do you think?
Actually, I just need help like this. I'm gonna take that. It's fruit and banana. I need y'all to get
away the flowers. The flowers. I like, I'm gonna put that in there.
I don't know where I can ask you. No, I read it with the sandbag. Do you get a sandbag up there? A sandbag. A big sandbag. Sand. Oh. Right there. Oh, I got the sandbag.
We'll keep y'all in mind. Carmen and yes.
Yeah, I think you put it on the tool already. No, it's the speaker here. Oh. Oh, her computer still over there?
Yeah. Whose stuff is this?
Lauren, your stuff over here.
Orange juice.
She got to put this together herself. Huh?
Whose stuff is this right here?
What stuff?
Whose stuff is this right here? Sure. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you want stuff. Sorry.
No, that's for you. You can keep that. That is going to die in my mom. I'll take a flower. I don't want it. Thank you so much. I am. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
All right, you guys, we're sorry everything kind of just broke down, but thank you for attending our first inaugural conference. Thank you for attending our first live stream, and I really hope that you guys cultivated your essence today and you will prioritize your rest. I love you all. Thank you for being a part of our journey, and we will see you at the next one. Bye.